I checked everything yesterday and made sure all the technology worked. So
So what are we playing? Roll 20 or
no, I'll pop you a link in just a second.
what is it? What the
It's Owlbear Rodeo. Yeah, let me grab you a link. I was just
no,
trying
that's
to
okay. I don't know what it was.
start the stream here. Oops. There we go. There's a link for you.
In RPG 2, you put it?
Yep,
Yeah.
in RPG 2. Sorry.
No, that's no. Harry's basically got me on a rabbit hole asking about the age categories of the different humanoids.
Yeah, that was funny.
Jesus. And he knows my OCD, so he throws this out there like just for his. And now my OCD is going completely nuts to try to build him something.
Where is he? I hope he didn't run off and go to bed somewhere. He went off and fell asleep.
It wouldn't be the first time he's fallen asleep in the flat, remember?
I know. That's what I'm saying. So, here's the thing. I cannot check to make sure that the audio is working on my Twitch channel because all I hear is echo because it's my own and it's feeding back. So can somebody go to the
You can do the link and I'll go. I'll do something. I'll mute myself so you don't hear me chat as it.
There's the right link, if I can spell my name. And so here's the thing, there should be music playing. And I'm going to turn the music off, and then you should hear me talking.
Yeah, I can hear the, oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, so now I need everybody to talk to make sure that everybody is coming through. Dale, say something.
Mic check.
Johnny Nomad, say something.
Something. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm creative.
Obsidian Risk, say something.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
How's that coming through, Rich? He can't hear me because he muted himself.
It's coming through well.
Okay. So everybody was...
Yeah, I got it too.
audible.
I brought up a second laptop here and
Awesome.
it's coming through.
Okay, now I'm going to turn the music back up. All right. We'll give Gary a couple of minutes.
I hear no music.
Really? Oh. Yeah, it looks like it's not playing. What's up with that? Oh, there we go.
It's hard for me. see what he does with it.
Character select.
It wasn't for the waiter.
Just 1 second.
Trollord Games. Join the fray.
Okay. Welcome to Thelwood's Edge, the Virtual Greyhawk Con 2022 game I am hosting. I am DM Samuel on Discord. My name is just Sam, and I'm here with a few interesting players, and we are going to walk through really quickly how we're gonna adjudicate this. So you all have pre-gens, but none of them have hit points. So you're gonna roll your hit points now at the beginning of the game. And the way we're gonna do dice is we're going to go on the honor system. So you get to roll real dice or however, whatever kind of dice you want, you can roll based on what it says on your character sheet, and then you tell me how many hit points that you rolled.
Sam, what's your rule for first level?
Well, we're not first level.
Well, I'm just saying because you know it's cumulative.
Yeah, the rule is you roll your HP.
Got it.
Pray
Well-
you don't roll ones.
Yes.
Some DMs are like,
No,
no,
I know.
max
Yeah.
HP for. So
Yeah.
That's why I want a
Yeah,
clarification.
no, I know. If we were playing a campaign or something, I would probably do that at first level because everybody's really squishy, but nope, it's just a roll now.
The wizard's not worried about this roll at all.
I got 33.
33. And that's for the fighter?
That's for the cleric.
That's for the cleric. Oh, sorry.
Does that include your Constitution bonus?
I don't have a Constitution bonus, so yes.
Oof.
All right. I only have one D12. So I'm going to have to roll it 6 times. Monks really have D12 hit points?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Samuel, the halfling has 24 hit points.
All right. Wow.
Gonna be a short game, fellas.
Did you say that? Did you say that because I'm a
Ooh.
halfling too?
Oh my God, racism!
Oh.
Racism!
Ugh,
And it's still early.
it's going to be a short game. Get it?
Got it.
I rolled really well. So the monk's going to have a lot of hit points.
Okay.
I just got to figure out what my bonus is.
Your con bonus is +1, so you're going to add that.
At 6?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh,
Ooh.
damn! I just noticed that Constitution is modifier +1. Is that what I add
Yeah,
that to my
Yep.
level?
That's one per
Exactly.
level.
Okay, I'm sorry. Then it'll be 32 hit points, Sam.
All right. That's much better.
I have an even
Okay.
50.
The monk has.
So Rangers 6d10
Yep.
plus
plus
6
+6.
for Constitution.
Well, plus. Are you 6th level? Yes. +6.
Oh.
Okay. I'm going to use a dice spot on my phone because I don't have physical dice.
I've been told I cannot use the dice spot on a Foundry because it has my cheat code in there. So I have to use physical dice.
No, it's Astral that you're not allowed to use.
Oh, it's Astral that has the cheat code? Okay.
Yeah. But you can't use Astral anyway.
Right.
So, Christobal, my wizard, rolled a 19 and has a +1. So, as I'm level 6, that's 25 hit points.
All right. That's pretty good for a lowly wizard.
Damn good for a lowly wizard.
You're exactly half the man that I am, Adele.
Refrain from joking this early in the game, please.
All right, my fighter had a 48 plus the 7 is 55.
All right.
This is with this crew, Gary.
Okay, plus 48 is going to be mine. Looks like I'm going to have to be the meat shield.
Okay. So the next thing is I need everybody's name except the wizard who is Christobal. What's the cleric's name?
Tolvar, what did I write down? Fornison.
Tolvar Fornison. What is the
T-O-L.
What's the fighter's name?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Jal, J-A-L, Renault, R-E-N-A-U.
What's the monk's name?
Paradine.
Spell it.
Sounds Bacloonish.
Caradine.
Definitely Bacloonish.
Oh, no. Come on. You guys are old enough to know this.
What's the ranger's name?
Lonan Greyhand, like I spelt in the text
Okay.
channel.
I wasn't sure if that was for this game or a different one.
No, I'll have to update it tomorrow.
And what's the rogue's name? Shorty McShortpants?
Fenley Redborough. I put it into text
Okay.
too for spelling.
For a moment there, I thought you said, "What's the robe's name?" And I'm like, blending.
Stars.
All right. So, let me give you a very quick primer on Owlbear Rodeo and then on Castles and Crusades. Okay? So I posted a link to the Owlbear Rodeo site in the chat. And You can change your name if you haven't figured it out by clicking the little corner in the lower left hand, the little pencil in the lower left hand corner will let you change your name, so you can put it as whatever you want. Not that it really matters, because it's just the name. It doesn't ever going to do anything.
But it is helpful for keeping track of everybody, I think.
Right. And so if you have a mouse with a scroll bar and you scroll in and out while you're hovering over the map, it'll zoom in and out. Okay. You can also click and drag the map and move it to wherever you want. And whatever your view is not going to affect anybody else's view. Okay. There are several commands on the right-hand side. The first one looks like a little hand, and that's just the grabby function. And then the next one looks like a little paintbrush or something. If you click that, you can then draw on. You can choose a color in the left-hand side, and you can then draw on the map like this. You can also just do squares. You can do squares with a solid center. You can do triangles, etc., etc. Okay. You can, if you want to not have to draw, but you want to point at something, there's a little teardrop or comet-shaped button that you can click, and then you can point all over, right? Okay. And I think you also probably have the ruler. It looks like a little triangle, and it will show you. Now on this, of course, the distance is not correct, but on any map where we might have tokens and whatnot, it'll be correct. And it only shows you what you're seeing with the ruler, so you can't say, hey, look, it's 50 feet or whatever, because nobody else will see the ruler that you're using. I am displaying my screen on the stream, so the stream will see everything I see, and sometimes I see things that you don't see, like tokens and whatnot. So you probably, as players, should not watch the stream. At least try to not watch the stream as much. Now, in terms of tokens for you, if you look on the right-hand side and you scroll down, there are several tokens that look just kind of like here's one with 2 swords, and here's one with a bow with some arrows, okay? And here's one with a hat, right? And if you drag that onto the map, you can do several things to it. If you click on it, you can then increase or decrease its size. Okay. If you click on it, you can also type in a name or a class, like I just did for that one, right? And then that will increase in that name will increase in size as you increase everything, so you can then see what it is.
I will crush you all.
If you accidentally move one or something and it goes into a place where there's fog of war, you will no longer see it, and you'll have to ask me to drag it out of there. If you accidentally grab one and bring it on here and you didn't realize you already had one, you can just click on it, and if you click and hold, a little trash can will appear at the bottom middle of your screen, and you can just drag it right into that and it'll get rid of it. You can always, of course, just drag a new one out as well. Okay. Now, in terms of this, we're mostly we're doing kind of theater of the mindy, but I do have a couple of maps. Okay. Just so that everybody has sort of a visual for the stream, and so that you all can kind of get your placement. But I'm not super duper interested in like counting squares. Okay. As long as something is reasonable, I'm gonna let you do it, right? In terms of distances, right? That means that, in general, almost all of you have a 30-foot distance, except for the really short-face halfling, and the monk, who is faster than everything, okay? Everybody else kind of has just average speed. So we'll deal with that when we get to it, but just so you know, I'm not going to be interested in counting, oh, you're moving 5, 10, 15. I don't do that. We're just going to say, can you get there? Yeah, you probably can. Go ahead and move your token. Okay? Okay, any questions about that?
No, I just want to make sure that, so as the monk, I'm above average. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're also Sewell, so that kind of cancels it out.
That's double above average.
I figured you're gonna be below average for everything else the whole rest of this time, so I might as well start you out with something above average.
Oh, you bum.
Okay, so So the next thing is, let's do a little tiny walkthrough of CNC. And so If you looked at your packets, you probably noticed that there was a little sort of a little training thing or little info pack at the back of each of the packets, and it basically, that info pack. So just for the audience's sake, every player has a PC that has all of their character sheet information and their class information, and then I gave everyone a sort of little primer on CNC, and here's how CNC works. This is very quick. The way CNC works.
I gotta run my dog out. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You already know this anyway, so okay. So here's how CNC works. You have 6 attributes, just like regular D&D. They're the standard Dungeons & Dragons attributes from 1976. It works exactly the same. Strength is strength, dexterity is dexterity, blah, blah, blah. Okay? But in CNC, you have some attributes that are what we call prime, and some that are not prime. If you're a human, you get one of your primes is determined by your class, and the other 2 you get to pick. And I picked them for you because I made the pregens. So you have 3 prime attributes. If you're a demi-human, like the rogue, who is a halfling, you only get 2 prime attributes. One of them from your class and the other one that you pick, which, of course, again, I picked for you because I made the pregens. Now, here's the reason why whether something is prime or not prime is important. When you have a check that you need to make, the way that I determine the difficulty of the check is that it starts, if the check is an ability that's prime for you, the target number starts at 12, and then I add whatever the challenge level is. So if it's something to do with a creature, like you're sneaking past a creature, the challenge level would be their hit die. So you would have to roll a 12 plus whatever the creature's hit die is in order to get past them without waking them up or without alerting them. So if it's a 3-hit die ogre or 4-hit die ogre, you're going to roll 12 plus 4. Your target is a 16. If you roll a 16 or more, you're good. If you're not prime, though, the target starts at 18. And then you add the hit die. So you would have to roll a 22. Now, when you roll for something that's generic, you roll and you add your level and your ability modifier. So if you're rolling a strength check to jump across a chasm or something, and you don't have any special class ability that lets you do anything special there, you're going to roll a d20, add your strength modifier, and then add your level. And all of you are either 6th or 7th level, I believe. So you're always going to be adding a 6 or a 7 to your roll. Unless you're trying to attempt to do something that is the class ability of another class. So if you are trying to scale a natural surface, which is something that the ranger can do because it's part of their class abilities, the ranger gets to add their level, but nobody else does. And I will tell you when you don't get to add your level, but in general, you're just always going to add your level. Okay? So let me break that down and make that real short. Everything that you roll is going to be a d20 plus your ability modifier plus your level. The way I determine how difficult that task is that it's either a 12 if your attribute is prime, or it's an 18 if your attribute is not prime, plus whatever the difficulty of the thing is, which is usually 1, 2, or 3, or based on the hit die of the creature. Okay? It's that simple. That's it. That's the whole rules right there. Now, some of your class abilities or racial abilities give you bonuses to that on top of what you would already get. For example, the halfling rogue can hide really well, so they get a bonus to hide that's on top of all that. The ranger actually can hide in the wilderness, so they get a bonus to hiding. It's actually called conceal at that point. They get a bonus to that nobody else would get. Okay, so there are some things in your character packet that your class can do that maybe is over and above that, but in general, you're always rolling a d20, you're adding your modifier, and you're either trying to beat a 12 or an 18. Okay? One other thing about this system is combat rounds are 10 seconds. Okay? And then in terms of healing, I gave every single pre-gen a Cure Serious Wounds potion, because I knew that you were going to be rolling hit points and everybody was going to have pretty low hit points. And I want you to survive to the end of the adventure, probably, right? I want there to be a good chance. Let me put it that way. I want there to be a good chance that you survive to the end of the adventure and figure out what's going on. So I gave everybody a Cure Serious Wounds potion. To dig that out of your pack takes a turn. To dig it out and drink it takes a turn. So that would be your whole combat round. In combat, you get one action. Okay? You can cast a spell, you can attack, you can dig something out of your pack and use it, you can switch weapons, you can do whatever, but you get one action. If you want to move and attack, you can only move a maximum of half your speed and then still attack. You cannot move and cast spells. You cannot move and do anything else. You get one action, that's it. Okay? It's meant to be very fast and very quick. Very free in terms of we're not being complex here. Okay? In terms of healing, that Cure Serious Wounds potion is going to heal you 3d8 hit points, or whoever drinks it, it's going to heal them 3d8 hit points. Okay? But there's also bandages that everybody also has. I also gave everybody 2 sets of bandages, and bandages by default come with healing salve, and so they're going to heal 1d2 hit points by putting them on within 4 rounds of when you got the injury. Okay?
1 per wound.
1 per wound.
And if it did 1 point, you can't heal 2.
That's right. And the thing is that you can also, if you have Wisdom Prime, make an extra check. This is all in your packet, but just so that I'm saying it for the audience's sake and just so that I don't forget, okay? If you want to, when you're applying a bandage, you can also attempt to make a Wisdom check and heal an extra point. You don't have to, you're not forced to, but you can do that. The reason I say you're not forced to is because if you critical fumble that, you actually do damage to yourself or to the person that you're trying to heal. All right. You don't die at 0. You go unconscious. And then at -1 to 6, you're just unconscious and you really can't do much. If you hit -7, you are bleeding out and you lose 1 hit point per round until you hit -10, and at -10, you're dead. Okay? So that's pretty much it. Also in your packet are combat maneuvers if you want to use them. But, you know, you can look at those and we don't have to go into any detail until we actually get into a combat for that. Any questions about what's happening?
Real quick, did you announce how you do initiative? Is it group initiative or individual initiative?
I did not, so that's a good question. I have everybody roll initiative separately. It's a raw D10. And
No
the only
dex
time
bonus to that, right?
Say that again.
No dex bonus.
No
to that,
dex
right?
bonus. The only time
Okay.
dex comes into contact or comes into play is if you tie with somebody. If 2 PCs are tied, I just let you decide who goes. If you're tied with a creature, I look at dex bonus.
And do we have to announce what we're going to do before we roll initiative?
You only have to announce if you are going to attempt an action that changes your AC. And those actions are underlined in the handout that I gave you. So, for example, if you do an offensive focus, a dodge, or a charge action, you have to say so beforehand because it changes your AC.
Got it.
It only changes your AC for that round. Okay. Any other questions? If I say more, it starts making it sound really complicated, and getting a 2-page thing that says, oh, here's all the things you can do in combat makes it sound really complicated, but it's really not. It's actually very basic and easy. So let's go ahead and get started. So, actually, one thing before that, do you all want to introduce your characters and give like a two-sentence thing about your background?
Sure. I'll go ahead and kick us off.
Sure.
I am Cristobal. At the behest of the Baron of House Crandon, I'm traveling to Cabeltree, south of the Thelwood, to investigate the rumors. I am a wizard. I have a staff, a bag of provisions and goodies, and a spell book with a lot of spells. I have memorized a lot of those spells.
Are you traveling alone?
I am traveling with the local forest caretakers, which I think are a human and a halfling.
Yep, probably.
That's us.
Speaking of you want to go ahead?
Okay. I'm Lonan Greyhand. I'm a ranger of the Thelwood Forest. I'm trying to assemble a little group of scouts and rangers, and I guess a wizard and a monk, who are interested in protecting, the future of the Thelwood, which seems to be under some threat. So, I'm reaching out to some local druids to see if I can get more information about them.
Excellent.
And my good buddy here, Fenley, has decided to accompany me on this journey.
Finley.
Hello, I am Finley Redborough. I am one of the halfling race. I had my fun for many years taking from those who had too much and giving it to those who really needed it. But to this point in my life, food, ale, and a nice pipe full of pipe weed sounds a lot better. So the ranger and I, Lonan, have been helping each other see what's going on both within and outside of the walls, and we've come across some rumors and some things that need to be explored. So at this point in my life, I'm not I'll say I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. A pipe leaf, but it's still a new leaf.
Excellent.
A non-medicinal leaf.
I don't know. I think in some cultures it could be considered medicinal, right?
Absolutely.
Who wants to go next? How about Carabine?
So I am Paradine, a follower of Rao. I have decided to explore the world to bring peace and diplomacy to the various people and ensure that there is harmony out there. And to ensure this happens properly, to remind myself of where I'm going, I have tattooed the words peace on one fist and harmony on the other fist.
Excellent.
And I'm traveling with a group of other fellow monks and priests of Rao out of Mitric, I assume.
You're actually out of Archmeade, but okay.
Archmeade?
Yeah.
Oh.
So actually, that's actually a good thing. So if you were to look at the Greyhawk map, and you were to see the little place where Chathold is, first of all, this is taking place in 565 CY. And if you were to find Chathold on the map and you were to move south from Chathold, you would go along the coast and you would end up finding your way to the Thel Plateau. Archmeade is about 50 miles north of that along the coast. So it's kind of where there's a little water inlet and an inland lake there. That's about where Archmeade is. So you are coming from Archmeade. Some of the others are coming up here from sort of northeast where Rasfern is in Reldevin. So that there's actually two groups of you. But speaking of that, how about Jowl?
Yes, Jowl is the commander of the watch back in Archmeade, and he's been sent on this special assignment down along with the priest. And we're supposed to check things out, try to solve whatever problems are going on there. Normally they've been able to handle these disputes on their own, but for some reason the magistrate thinks it might be a little different this time. So just trying to get a good group together and hoping for the best.
All right, and last but not least, our cleric, Tolvar.
So Tolvar is the magistrate of public disputes in Archmeade, and for some reason he behested the high priest to send a contingent of men to investigate whatever this is, and he got roped into going along with. So the priest is, in my mind, the priest is like, man, you know.
Yeah.
So he reluctantly loads up on healing spells and heads out the door.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed what god is he a priest of?
Rao.
Rao. Oh, okay, we have two Raos.
Yes.
Okay, so just for the audience's sake, because this is streaming and it'll end up on YouTube, so just so that everyone has a complete idea of what's going on. Again, it's 565 CY, which means that the Thelwood, so if you know anything about Greyhawk, the Thelwood, somewhere around 583 or 584, becomes what we now call the Bonewood. But this is before that. So the Thelwood is actually still a very active, prosperous forest. It's not... it's dangerous like a regular forest is dangerous, but it's not having, so far, any kind of weird things where there's bones and whatnot that give it the name Bonewood. None of that has happened yet, so it's pre-Bonewood. And the problem, though, is that this little town called Cabeltree, which sits right at the north edge of the Thelwood in Almorian territory, has been prosperous for a really long time. They're also near the hills, and there's a copper mine there. You can actually see it on the map here. There is a nice logging community around this area that ends up making for really, really good material acquisition. And this town has been servicing the outside towns in a 20 or 30 mile radius around them for many, many years. But something has happened that is worrying the mayor. And the mayor sent a request for aid all the way up to Archmeade, which is, again, about 50 miles away. So he asked for help investigating these weird things that are happening. There's sudden dark fog appearing at random times. There's some weird odd burn marks on the ground and on trees. There's some weird hatcheries and different larvae and different bugs that are coming up when they're not supposed to be. And recently, apparently, 3 men have now gone missing. And so that's what you're coming into. And you're all on horses, so you're all on horseback, and you've traveled now the 50 or so miles down to Cabeltree, and you're just now coming into town. You probably met up on the road with each other because you're in actually 2 different groups, right? But you're both groups are coming basically for the same reason. So you've probably met up somewhere on the road and discovered that both of you are heading to Cabeltree to sort of help out and find out. So you're now coming into town. What would you like to do?
I'm trying to remember, are we supposed to meet somebody here? We're being sent to investigate. Let's see.
So the mayor's name, the mayor who wrote the request to Archmeade, who sent the request to Archmeade, his name is Darrem. I'll type it into chat too so that you can keep track of people as well.
I believe perhaps we should split up. Some of us should go talk to the authorities and see what they have to say, and some others might want to go to a tavern and discuss with the residents of this town to see if they have a different opinion going on.
So the wisdom of Rouse has split the party, right?
We're in town. What could possibly go wrong?
So as you come in, you realize this is very much more like a village than a town. I mean, it has a, stable and a tavern and that's a large building that the town hall is combined into that. There are a couple of large houses, but mostly it's farms. There's a mill. There's a general store. There are lots of houses just near the edge of the forest. And there is a chapel. And that's kind of it. The population here is not very large.
Right. So basically, if somebody yelled, we'll hear it, and we'll be able to get to the next house very quick because it's all really close by to each other.
Probably, except
Is-
part of the town is across the river from the other part of the town.
Is the
Is the
mayor's
chapel-
home? Is the mayor's home and the tavern on the same side?
Yep, they are actually. So the mayor's home? No, the mayor's home is across
Well,
the
where
river
is-
near the
We want
farms.
the town hall.
The town hall and the stables and the tavern are all in the same building.
Oh, well, that's even easier.
Yeah. So, if you were to I can actually focus in for our audience. If you just zoom in a little bit to Cabletree, you will see that there's this sort of big building that looks like it has almost a big tower to it, and then it has a stable area to the side of it. It is that is the stable. It's actually called the Main Hall Tavern and Stables.
Oh,
Oh, well, that's easy enough.
so perhaps the priest should go deal with the authorities, seeing as his much more official, and I can go to the inn with whoever wants to join at the tavern, and I will speak with the residents here.
I'll also go speak to the mayor, having been sent by the nobility of Crandon.
Okay, so who's going to see the mayor?
Cristobal,
And Jal.
Cristobal, Jal, and
Tolvar.
Tolvar. And the monk as well, right?
The monk is going to the tavern.
Oh, to the tavern. Okay. Well, so the tavern and stables is in the same place as where the mayor is.
Right, but I mean, it's two different doors, I'm assuming, right?
Well, you'll have to find out when you get there.
You know, in a village like this, the mayor might just be in the tavern.
Was there a question? I heard a question maybe about the chapel earlier. Somebody was that you, Gary?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was marked for any particular god.
Yeah, so as you pass it on the road, it's relatively small, and it has the symbols of 7 different deities in different areas around the door. It has a symbol of Pelor, a symbol of Heronius, a symbol of Elona, a symbol of Fortubo, Tritherion, and Rao. So it is
So it's multi-denominational. Got it.
multi-denominational chapel. Which makes sense in a town this size. They can't have like 12 huge churches. I mean, I suppose they could, but it'd be hard to maintain those.
makes me wonder if they just choose to worship on different days.
So,
As long as they worship goodly gods, that's a very fine way to worship.
yeah, so you don't see any evidence of them not worshiping, or of them worshiping what you would consider evil deities. So I know what 4 of you are doing. What's the ranger and the rogue doing?
Well, I'm going to suggest to Fenley that we stable our horses and then maybe take a walk around the perimeter of the village, looking for anything that looks out of place, and maybe ending up in the chapel and checking in to see if there's a priestess of Elona, perhaps, in service at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. And also, if we see anybody that looks like in this area between logging and other natural industry, keep an eye on somebody who not necessarily a scout, but someone who's traversed the forest a lot. Someone we can see it's either coming or going. It looks like that's their nature of business, so we can get an idea of what's been going on in and around the environment here.
Okay.
Looking for things that are out of place.
Sure. So let's do the visit to the mayor first. So Tolvar, Jowl, and Cristobal. You walk into... So it turns out that that large sort of central building does only have one main entrance. It's a set of double doors. And you walk in, and there's a huge sort of tavern area with several tables. There's a bar on the side. And then, you can see like a curtain that leads back probably to a kitchen area of some sort. And then on the other side, there is another door, and it just says mayor above the door. So
All right.
it's pretty obvious that
So-
that's the office of the mayor.
I'll come in, shake that dirt of the road off, stomp my feet a little bit, clear my throat, and approach the door that is labeled mayor if he hasn't had the common courtesy to come out and greet us yet.
So as you walk in and stomp your feet, a woman, probably middle-aged human woman, who was sweeping the floor, sort of rushes over and says, "Oh, welcome to Cabletree. You look like a traveler. Can I help you?"
Yes, we're here at the behest of the Baron Carrig Lenroll of Raldevin. We're here to see the mayor. I believe his name is Darrem Cabell. Is he in?
Yes. Is it? And she's kind of looking around. Did everybody else come in after him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're
yeah.
with me.
Yeah. She sort of says, all of you want to see him at the same time?
It might be easier for him to come out and join us if his office is too small. But otherwise, certainly, we're together.
She says, "Oh, I'm sure it's fine." And she goes and she like pounds on the door. And she says, "Darrem, you've got visitors." And she walks back over and she starts
This is like his mother.
sweeping.
Excellent. Hopefully his wife.
And so he opens the door a few seconds later, and he is a human man. He has extreme baldness going on in the middle of his head. He's rotund, and he's sweating profusely, and he is obviously stressed out, and he looks slightly confused for a moment. And then he sort of, his eyes sort of focus. He kind of rubs his eyes, and he sets he's got these little pince-nez glasses, and he sets them on his nose, and he says, "Oh, thank you, Helia, dear. Guests, please come in. Please come in." And he sort of motions for you to go through the door he just came out of.
I stroke my beard to the point and hope that he swallows that thing he's been choking on and follow him into his office.
Is there enough room for all of us, or is this...
No, it's a pretty big office. I mean, there aren't chairs enough for everyone, but there's like one chair plus the chair behind his desk. But it's a pretty large office, and it has one really big desk in it, and then some side tables, and there's just paperwork everywhere. It's just strewn everywhere. It's completely disorganized, completely, you could tell he's been recently searching for something, and so everything's disheveled and just sort of, almost cartoonishly, like half of it's been swept off onto the ground and that sort.
All right. Tolvar will walk in and stand to the side of the desk and leave someone else the chair.
I'm not sitting down in this place.
So he comes in and he sort of sets his glasses again. He says, what can I do for you? Darren Cable. I'm the mayor here. And he kind of smiles as if you didn't know that.
Pleased to meet you, Mayor.
Zhao will hand him our papers and say, "Greetings from High Priest Seacott. We're at your service to help you with your problem."
And
exactly is your job?
similarly, I was sent at the behest of Baron Carrig Laurel from Raldevin.
Oh, Thank Paylor. I am so happy that you are here. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. Thank you. You can do whatever you need to do.
Why don't you tell us about the situation
Oh,
as you understand it?
oh, sorry. Sorry. I thought that you. Okay. Uh, okay. Phew. Let me calm down. Okay. So,
Is there like water in here? Like
there is
maybe
actually
like a pitcher
There
and
is
a
a
water?
pitcher. Yeah.
I pour a glass of water and hand it to him.
He takes it and nods, and he basically like gulps down the whole thing, spilling water out of the sides. He says, "Okay, thank you for that." Oh, wow. So, we've got problems. I don't really know. I just know that there's some problem, and the lumbermen they're not able to do their jobs now, and then somebody went missing, and then there's some marks on a tree, and maybe you should talk to the sheriff. I think you should talk to the sheriff. He went out, he investigated, and then he came back, but he said it was probably no big deal. But my wife encouraged me to send a letter to Archmeade and to Rasfern, and so I did that, and I can't believe that you're here. Thank Paylor. Oh, this is so wonderful that you're here. Let me go get the sheriff. I think he can tell you more. And he
We'll
kind of
wait for you here.
excellent. And he gets up and he kind of runs out faster maybe than you thought he could actually move, a person of his size. And leaves you standing there. Let's switch to the monk.
All right.
You actually saw them go into the mayor's office, and you saw the woman go talk to them, and then if you came into the tavern, she actually says to you, "Oh, welcome. Can I get you something?"
I would like some ale, please.
Excellent. Do you have a preference on what type?
I look around the tavern. Is there anybody else in here?
Not a soul.
Not a soul.
Well, I mean, other than the people that just came in with you.
Well, I thought they went to a different place.
The tavern and the stables and the mayor's office are all in the same building.
Oh, okay, but it's okay. Same building and same door. Sorry, I thought it was same building with different entrances. Okay.
Nope, same thing.
Well, I'll just ask for just give me an ale, and I will find my own seat.
Sure, sit anywhere you'd like. And she rushes off to the back. It doesn't take her very long, and then she comes out and she brings you actually 2 pints of ale and
Nice.
a little plate of like cheese and some kind of hard bread.
Thank you. Much appreciated. It's been a long ride.
Yes, you don't look like you're around here. You're from around here. I have never seen you before.
No, I was traveling with my companions who wanted to see your husband, I presume?
Yes, my husband, the mayor.
Yes.
He gets a little frazzled.
Yeah, I hear you've had some problems around here lately.
Yes, well, he's concerned about them, so I thought it was good to ask for outside help. He's
You're
never
a good
really
one.
been good at handling problems.
Takes a good woman to guide a man, correct?
Of course. But
Please,
I let him do his job, of course.
well, please join me. Evidently, while he's working, there's nobody else in the tavern. Why don't you just join me and tell me what you think is going on?
Oh, I couldn't possibly. I'm sorry.
Oh, come now. You wouldn't let a poor, ignorant monk traveling the world drink all by himself. I might give in to sin and become a drunkard, and you wouldn't want roused on your case because of that, would you?
Well, I don't imagine that happening. You don't seem the type. But sure, I'll sit with you for a moment. She pulls out a chair and sits down.
I slide one of the ales over to her. So, what do you presume is going on? I heard some lumberjacks are disappearing and strange noises at night.
Well, I've heard from Vamadari that there are some weird colored effects occurring near the canopy at night sometimes. I didn't actually think there was much of a problem. You know, the sheriff went out and investigated and said there wasn't really a problem, but then Vamadari came in and said that there was an issue, and I trust him. I think he knows some things that maybe other people in town sort of ignore, and he pays attention to them. So I trust him, and I convinced my husband to write a letter to Archmeade, because if the sheriff isn't going to investigate, then we have no one else in town that would do so.
What makes you think this Venadari would be so good?
Well, she kind of leans over and she whispers, she says, he's like a witch.
Ah, yes. Well, there's a place for everybody in Rao's love. I presume he lives around here?
He lives on the outskirts of town. Some of the people here don't like him very much, but as I said, he's never done anything but tell me the truth, so I find him quite trustworthy.
Ah, you know, it's always best to make friends with everyone. And some people just don't have the worldly perspective that you and I do. To live and let live.
Of course.
And how would I find this home in case I wish to ask him more information that the sheriff might not be willing to partake of?
Oh, you'll know it when you see it.
Oh, well,
And right
absolutely.
then, the mayor and the sheriff come back in through the door.
Okay. What does it look like?
She stands up. Let's switch to Finley and Lonan. Lonan. So you are going around the perimeter, and you notice that there are a couple of places in town where there are these sort of watchtowers that it looks like were built up. You can actually see one right in the corner of Cabeltree where the path goes down into the forest down to the south. And there's also one on the other side of the river that you see. And those sort of little watchtowers, they look pretty dilapidated, as if they've quit maintaining those recently. You also notice that there are quite a few houses inside the tree line. So there are a lot of people who don't live in town. They live actually under the canopy of the forest. They all look well cared for, though. Those houses don't look like they're dilapidated, but the watchtowers look dilapidated. You also note that as you're going through, you do see a house on the edge of town. And in fact, it's tucked under near where the road comes in, and it's sort of, let me see, on the map, it's kind of over here. I don't know if you can see my yellow pointer. Right below what says fighter on that token. Over here in the hills, there is a small kind of ramshackle little 2-story house that looks out of place compared to everything else, because everything else looks like it's either built to be as close to the road as possible, or it's built to be in the middle of the fields so that those people can tend to the fields, or it's built to be in town itself. And this little ramshackle little 2-story place is not built that way at all. And it has the first story, I'll put it this way, the first story is made of stone, which is not what any of the other houses in this area are made of. Other than the mayor's house, nothing else is made of stone. Everything else is wood. So you almost get the impression that this was at one time going to be a much taller, maybe, tower, but it is not. If you go to the chapel, there is a chaplain there, if you would like to talk to him.
Of Bologna?
The chaplain is actually an acolyte of Palor.
Okay. Has Lonan been in Cabeltree before? He's kind of native to the region.
Probably not, because there used to be this is kind of out of his range, and he is
But I'm a ranger.
Yes, but you're a ranger that specializes in hills mostly, with a little bit of
Mhm.
forest. And
Now, does this look
yeah.
typical of the towns and villages that border the Thelwood?
Yeah, pretty typical. Pretty typical.
Mhm.
You can tell that this place is a little more prosperous, maybe, or at least has bouts of prosperity because it has a copper mine as well, and because it's on this river here, it actually has this Copperthell River actually goes out to the bay, and it's quite traversable, so they can actually ship in both directions if they need to. So it has a lot of potential in terms of what it can do for the economy of this little town. So it's probably more prosperous than other towns on the outskirts.
Does all the flora and fauna look appropriate to the time of the year and the area?
Yeah, pretty much everything you see looks like it should look. Just in
Okay,
terms of
so
yeah.
we're just noticing that the town defenses are kind of dilapidated,
Yeah, it looks like
and
it.
that strange building.
Yeah, and you do see
All right.
this pathway that is down, the one that goes south here. It's sort of a white dotted pathway on the map that goes
Mhm.
down to the logging camp. You actually see the start of that, and you can see that it's looks like it used to be well cared for, but is kind of getting overgrown. It's obviously not as tended as it used to be.
Okay. Well, I'll just say to Finley, sorry, old buddy, I know you really wanted to hit that tavern, but I need you sober and bright-eyed.
I understand. There'll be time for drink and food later. If you'd like to speak with the Sunfather here, and maybe we can find out some news of the area and introduce ourselves.
Absolutely.
So
So if we wander into the chapel, what do we see?
So it's a very well cared for, but very sparse chapel. It has again, it has little shrines that are dedicated to the seven deities that they have symbols of outside. So that's Pelor, Hieronius, Biori, Elona, Fortubo, Tritherion, and Rao. And so there's a little kind of 20 or 30, well, not even that big. There's like a 10-foot alcove kind of shrine for each one, and around that there's space for 2 or 3 benches for people to sit on, or on some of them there's like a kneeling rug and whatnot for different types of ceremonies. And you can see all of them are very clean and very well tended, but they're also very kind of nondescript and very generic in terms of how they are set up. So they're respectful, but not, there's nothing, there's no profuse, like, oh, this must be, that most of the town must worship this person, or, whatnot. It's just kind of very even keel, well cared for, but nothing special kind of thing.
All right, I'll approach the alcove with the dedication to Alana and leave some kind of a donation before approaching the chaplain.
What kind of what are you going to leave for Elona?
Do we have any money on our character sheet?
Would Elona appreciate money?
Probably not, but this place looks like it needs a little help.
She'd probably appreciate a rake.
Yeah, so I didn't put any. I purposefully did that because you have enough money to survive. I mean, you are all level 6, 7, or 8, so you're not hurting for money, but you're not like flush with wealth either.
Okay, well, just what would be considered a modest donation,
Okay.
and
So like
approach the chaplain.
1 gold piece. Then you're gonna put 1 gold piece in.
Sure.
Okay. So you approach the chaplain. He sees you and hears you actually put the coin in the little donation tray in front of Elona's shrine. And he turns and he bows to you. You see that he's wearing a necklace with the symbol of Palor around his neck. And he says, peace be with you in the midday sun.
Thank you, Father. It's always good to meet one of your kind. We've been summoned to the area because we've heard that there may be some trouble. We're investigating some maybe strange occurrences. Have you been aware of anything that might draw attention?
Yes, my name is Turnin. I've been here for several years, but I'm not a native to this place. I was coming through a few years ago, and I decided to stay and possibly spread some of the sun's light, shall we say. I have heard stories and rumors, and quite a few of the lumbermen, they come in and they worship here, and they leave donations as much as they can, although they're not wealthy by any means. And I've heard some stories about things that they've seen.
The track to the southwest looks unkempt. What's going on there?
The loggers are very unhappy.
Could you tell us why?
Well, I think the sheriff went to investigate and didn't believe them. He thinks they're pulling pranks or something, and so didn't really do anything for them. So they're...
These 3 missing men, can you tell me more about them?
Well, I know their names. Their names were Loza and Gallander and Ori, and they disappeared about a week ago. The sheriff determined that they just left of their own volition. Maybe they went off and got drunk and went on a bender and just forgot to come back, or decided to seek better work elsewhere.
Where did they stay? Did they take their things with them?
Well, they're were, I guess, living in the logging village. You would have to go down to the camp to get more information about that. I don't really know if their possessions are there or not, to be honest.
What
Is there
were
any
the
particular
loggers-
reason? Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Lena, go ahead.
No.
I say, Sunfather, what were the loggers complaining of? What types of problems were they encountering, to your knowledge?
They were saying that there were weird symbols on some of the trees, that they were scouting a new area to possibly move the logging camp. They don't like to cut down too many trees in one area for the health of the forest and whatnot. And they were at another site, and they found some strange markings, very odd sort of burn marks or something on the trees. The sheriff thinks that they did it themselves, and they just don't want to admit it, that it's gotten out of hand, and they don't want to admit that they were just trying to play a joke.
You couldn't reproduce this mark, could you?
I am ashamed to say I don't want to. Not in here. Let's go outside. I'll draw it on the ground.
Okay, we'll follow him outside.
He takes you outside, and he goes kind of far away from his... from the chapel there, and he goes into the dirt, and he grabs a stick, and he draws this in the dirt. I'm going to draw it on the map up in the top where it's just grassland up there. He says it kind of looks like... Oh, whoops, I'm using the wrong thing. Sorry. Gotta get my freehand going. He says it kind of looks like...
Yeah, fair enough.
Like a lightning bolt almost, but then at the end, it kind of goes into an odd spiral. I don't get a good feeling
Not
about
like the god of justice.
Well, I would say the bottom is a little bit reminiscent of it, but not that spiral. That spiral doesn't give me a good feeling.
Do either of us recognize it?
You can give me a wisdom or intelligence check. I'll let you choose which one you would rather do.
Looks like for me, wisdom.
Okay. Intelligence for me.
So go ahead and roll a d20, add your modifier plus your level, and then tell me what you got and if that's a prime ability for you or not.
20.
Natural 20 for me.
So I guess we're over determined.
Oh, yeah, so with modifier and level, it'll be a 30 for me. And it's intelligence is a prime for me.
So...
Yeah, I think it actually exceeds mine anyway.
What was yours, though?
I think it would be 26 plus
Okay.
2, 28.
So both of you get a very bad feeling about this because, first, the lightning bolt is a bit reminiscent of Heronius, which you already picked up on. But the spiral is not. The spiral is more reminiscent of something that you don't like to name, and that is our good friend Therisden, because it looks similar to this.
We call him Low T.
Ooh.
But the thing is that you remember, those rolls are amazing. You remember back in the recesses of your mind, there's something about some kind of weapon or something that symbol represents, and you just can't. It's just not. It's like it's one of those things where it's kind of on the tip of your tongue, but it's on the tip of your tongue, and you just can't. But you know that it's familiar to you, other than just feeling like it's related to the symbol of Therisden, but it's just not there.
Okay. Can we just assume that we can commit this to memory? It's not that difficult of a symbol, is it?
No, it's not.
But we have to. Okay.
So let's switch gears and go back to the mayor and the sheriff coming in to talk to Christabel, Jal, and Tolver, and Carabine if he's there.
Yeah, I'll join them. I'll walk in at this point.
Okay. So the mayor walks in with the sheriff, and the sheriff is almost the opposite of the mayor. He's very skinny. He's very tall. He looks very sure of himself. He's wearing a tunic with the symbol of there's a copper bar and a tree on the tunic. You can assume that's probably the symbol of Cabeltree. And he comes in and walking tall and standing up straight, and he says, "I understand you're here to investigate the logging incident." My name is Mostuk.
Go ahead.
Hindi Mostuk. I'm the sheriff here in this town.
Sheriff Mostuk.
Yes, the Darrem here says that you are going to investigate and you need some information.
Yes, start from the beginning and tell us why we're here.
Well, honestly, I don't rightly know. I don't think there's really anything going on. I think the loggers have been getting too much ale from the tavern, and he kind of looks over at Helia, the woman, and ever so subtly, kind of stares her down for a split second and then looks back at you and says, I think they're just getting too much ale, and they're going off and having a nice drunken weekend. They're probably just sleeping one off in the forest right about now. It's only been a few days. I'm sure they're fine.
Okay. So it sounds like our job is to not talk to you, but to talk to the loggers.
Well, look, I know everything that goes on in this town. So if you want me to, I can take you down to the logging camp. I can lead you right there, make sure nothing happens to you. And if I'm there, they'll know that that they can't lie to you.
So you believe they've lied to you?
Of course I do.
Then
I think
why would your presence make them not lie to us?
Well, because they would see that I am coming in with reinforcements and we're determined to get to the bottom of their hijinks.
I do not wish to proceed in this manner. Raud teaches that peace and diplomacy is the way to get to the truth of things. And having you there to intimidate them would defeat the whole philosophy that surrounds the teachings of Raud. I would much prefer we handle this our way.
Wisdom.
Wisdom for
Thank
what?
you, Sheriff. We'll let you know if we need anything.
Very well. Mayor, he nods to all of you, turns around and walks out.
So, quick question: does the sheriff know that the mayor wrote a letter to Archmeade and whatnot, asking for help?
You can ask.
Okay, Sheriff, if you don't mind, are you aware of a letter that was sent from this office requesting assistance in this matter?
Yes, I am, and I was opposed to such an idea. I believe this is a giant waste of your time.
How do you explain the missing people?
They're not missing, they're just lost in the forest, drunk. They've taken to defacing the trees and then blaming, I don't know, nixies or pixies or sprites or something, when really it's just the alcohol.
They're saying they've seen Fae?
No, they're saying they've seen strange marks on trees, and I think they did it themselves, and they're blaming others for it.
Did you see the marks?
Yes, I did. They look absolutely fake. They could have just made them with their hand axes. It's obvious.
What was the mark?
Oh, it looked like some kind of a staff, and then it had like a curly end or something.
Can you show us that?
Mayor, do you have a piece of parchment? Yes, sure. And he runs into his office, grabs a piece of parchment, brings it out, hands him a quill. And he draws basically that same symbol that's up on the top of the map there, but not as nicely.
Okay. Does anybody recognize that?
Is it the same symbol?
It is, but it's the first time you're seeing it, so if you want to roll...
That's why I just want... Okay.
Yep, same symbol. If you want to roll wisdom or intelligence, I'll let you decide.
I will roll intelligence for reasons.
I will roll wisdom for reasons.
Anyone else?
I will roll both together.
Not. Nice try, though.
I got a 19 in its prime.
I got +0 on both of them, and they're both not prime. So rolling both together makes no difference for me.
I have a 26 prime.
Nice.
There's a dice somewhere in Owlbear Road where we could roll straight on the table? No?
Say that again. Sorry.
Is there a die in Owlbear Rodeo that we could roll open?
So I don't like the dice in Owlbear Rodeo. If you want to, though, you can use them. So if you... let me go to the screen here. If you click on... There's a little button up in the top left where it says party. There's a little button next to it with a square.
What?
If you click that, it'll open up a little dice box.
Here we go.
And at the bottom of that, you have to unclick this right. It starts out with the globe, and that globe has a slash through it saying that it's not going to show you anybody the roll except you.
Oh, yeah, okay. There, you see the globe now? I rolled a 13. You see it?
Yep, I see it. So that's a 13. What's your 6th level?
Yes.
So that's a 19. Asher, was that Christabel's roll with his level and everything? That 19?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you two don't, I mean, you kind of vaguely think, oh, looks like it's it looks like a symbol of something. What did the other two of you get?
I got a 26 prime.
26.
Go on.
So you're pretty sure That is the symbol of the Dark One. That is Therisdun's symbol. But you've never really seen it with a long tail like that, so
So it could be a new faction.
it could be. It could be.
I will share this information with the rest of my friends.
I must have missed that lesson back at the church.
Seems like a strange thing to joke about.
Yeah, this bears investigation. We'll take your viewpoint into account, but we must look into this ourselves for our patrons.
Be my guest.
Thank you for
Sheriff.
your.
Now, Sheriff, are you going to be at our disposal? Are you?
I
help
told
us
you
with
I would lead you
investigation?
right down to the logging camp, but you apparently don't want my help.
Well, I think you could. If you would just go ahead and stable our horses for us while we continue our investigation, that would be a great
You
help.
can call Espa to stable your horses.
Well, you don't seem to be very, very supportive, but okay. Thanks for
We
your
have
time.
a stable hand for that type of work. That is not my job.
I see.
I'll have you know that I have been the sheriff of this town since I was 20 years old, and my father was the sheriff before me, and his father before him.
Sheriff Mostic, I do not doubt that for a moment.
How dare you tell me to stable your horses?
Calm yourself, Sheriff. No one is questioning your
I asked
abilities.
you politely.
I think it's quite clear that my abilities are being questioned by all of you. You'll see when you go down there. He kind of turns and he stomps out.
Have a nice afternoon.
Rao be with you.
I happen to like
And also with you.
horses. I could stable them.
I was just messing with him. I don't mind doing it either.
So what would you like to do now?
We should stable our horses before we walk down there, though.
Didn't somebody already? I forget who it was.
Yeah, I mean, if
I
you
think
Somebody
already
said that
did
they
that.
were already taking her.
Yeah, if you tied your horses outside and you've been here now for a little while, so they've probably stabled your horses for you once they figured out who you were and who sent you.
I just
Perfect.
wanted to check his reaction to it.
Yeah,
That's
Lonan and I kind of walked the horses over too, so just to get them to the stable hand while they
All
went
right.
inside.
Okay, so they're already they've been taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I would like to speak with the what is her name? The wife who tends bar.
Helia.
I would like to speak with her if I could, please.
I mean, she's in the room, kind of not so secretly listening to everything that's going on.
Of course. I will turn to her and just ask, frankly, I'm like, I will say, is there a lot of consumption of ale here? I mean, is there an increase, or are there new loggers here that have been consuming more than usual to cause, maybe to show a pattern of abuse?
I send 2 kegs of ale down to the logging camp every week. It's the same amount that it's been for 5 years. There are several people that come in and out of the logging camp. Some of them are permanent residents, and some of them come through, work for a while, and leave.
Is there a possibility that there are others that are, shall we say, importing
Of
spirits?
course, there's always that possibility. Those men down there work hard, and they probably play hard. I wouldn't be surprised if they had other kegs coming in from elsewhere. That wouldn't hurt my feelings, even though my ale is the best.
I don't doubt that. Would you see these kegs come through town? I mean, is there another way
Well,
to the
not
logging
if they
camp?
brought them down the river from the other side.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, ma'am.
Shall we walk down to the camp? Looks like it's right down this road.
Yes.
Is that a distance that requires us taking horses, or is that?
The logging camp is about 4 to 5 miles.
So unless you gentlemen prefer a lengthy afternoon jaunt through the forest, perhaps we should gather our rides.
That works for me.
That's a good idea.
4 to 5 miles. That's barely an hour or two walk.
Yeah, so if you have a movement speed of 30 feet, because you're not the monk, then that you can move about 2 miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah. So for you guys, I'll get there. I'll get there in under an hour.
If you have a 50-foot walking speed, you actually can go at 6 miles an hour. So yeah, he would get there in about an hour, and the rest of you would take about 2.
Sure. So 2 hours there, 2 hours back.
Yeah.
That's an afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
What was the stable hand's name?
Morning jog for me.
The stable hand's name is Espa, E-S-P-A.
Okay.
Oh, good. I couldn't hear it through the spittle of the sheriff's outbreak.
Anything else?
As
in
a
town?
cleric, I would prefer to take the horse.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your horses. You can only ride 2 abreast on the trail, but you can.
That's fine. I make no judgment if Carradine wishes to have a brisk jog.
I've been riding all day. I think a brisk jog will shake things up. I'm going to jog a bit.
Please, by all means, friend.
Okay. Jal's going to give Espa a gold piece for the taking care of the horses, but also ask him if he could let us know what the sheriff does whenever he sees him around, just to sort of let us know what he does. And there'll be another one on the other end. Another gold piece.
Espa nods.
Thank you, son.
On the way to the camp, I want to keep my eye out for that special house that the wife pointed out for me, where the warlock would live, or the mystic.
Opposite direction.
Is it the opposite direction?
Yeah, it's back on the road.
Yeah,
do we want to investigate that first?
Yeah, so right about the time that you all come out to get your horses, Finley and Lonan can come back and basically tell you what they found if you want them to.
Yes, we'll share the information that we had.
Yeah, so I'm going to let them know that the wife believes that a source of information would be this mystic who lives in the house that you've described most probably. Perhaps you may want to go see him before we get out of the camp, see what he thinks of all this.
Just
It would be a shame to go. Yeah, it'd be a shame to go on without all the knowledge we can assemble first.
Do we want to... I'm going to ask a dangerous question. Do we want to let Carradine run ahead to the camp while we speak to the mystic?
No.
Okay. Carradine, do you wish to run?
You know, it's not splitting the party if you're by yourself.
That's right.
I think that if it is a true mystic, perhaps I might have a little bit in common with him.
Let's pay him a quick visit.
I agree. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, so you make your way over there. As soon as you're on the other side of the river over there and it's pointed out to you, you can definitely see the sort of makeshift 2-story tower up there on one of the hills. It's positioned pretty well to see a large swath of the forest. And also a large swath of the plains.
The first floor is the stone. Is that house, Sam?
Yeah, this one. So the mayor's actual house is also built of stone. Those are the 2 buildings in town that are made of stone. This one is more like a sort of smaller, like 2-story tower kind of thing.
Got it. Okay, that's the one we were talking about earlier. Okay, got it. I just want to make sure it's the same one.
Yep, same one. Yeah, everything else in town is wooden.
Right.
All the other buildings, yeah.
Which would make sense given the environment, the area. Okay.
So, there is an obvious front door.
I'll go up and knock.
Well, who is the most charismatic among us, Silver Tongue? It's not me.
That would be your cleric.
Oh boy.
Oh, the dog. No, that's not the dog.
No,
No.
he's the magic user.
Yeah,
Tovar.
I have a +2 for a modifier for charisma. I can knock if you wish.
Let's give ourselves our best chance.
So you knock and nothing happens.
I will knock again a little bit louder.
I'll whisper to my buddy here. Fenley, do you hear anything?
Hmm? I mean, I can take a look. Huh?
Huh? I don't even hear what you're whispering.
What?
I'm going to pick you up and put your ear against the window.
Well, I'll wait to see if somebody comes after the second time.
No one.
Anybody coming to the door?
No one comes to the door.
Should we call out their name? Was it Vanadari or something
Yeah.
to that effect?
I will call it the name with a little bit of a bellow.
Is there a ring camera on the door?
They would just want to make sure you're not stealing their UPS package. So after you call out the name, you see a face appear in the window, like up on the top floor.
Okay.
And it's a very small person with a very long beard and a big mustache with handlebars. And he says, "Eh? What? Who is it?"
It is I, Paradine. I wish to speak to you. The mayor's wife has said you are a font of knowledge that you are willing to share with us.
Helia? Is she
Yeah.
here?
Unfortunately not, but she sends her best regards.
Oh. All right, I'll come down in a second.
Apparently,
like we
we
should've
made quite
brought
the
up-
impression.
We should have bought a bottle of something.
Yeah.
So a couple minutes later, he opens the door. And he is a very small person. He's a very small gnome. He's wearing robes that look more like wizard's robes than pretty much anything else. They are of a dark blue color with some gold trim. And he looks up and says, "Well, don't just stand there. Come in then. Come on. I think I have seats that'll fit most of you." And he kind of leaves the door open and walks back into the tower.
Okay.
He leads you back into a main room, and there's a couple of couches there and several chairs. There probably is enough room for all of you to sit if you wanted to.
I'm back. Is this at the cabin right outside of town, or is this at the logging camp?
You are at the tower of the person who Helia called a witch.
Okay.
Who is probably in your bailiwick, Cristobal. Did you hear the description of the robes?
I did not.
They are flowing blue robes, dark blue robes with some gold embroidery on them. They look very much like some robes you've probably seen on others of your kind of skill. And he says, "Well, what is it? It's not very often that I have this many tall people in my room." He's a gnome, by the way, Asher.
Oh, I was about to say tall people.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
We have been informed that you were instrumental in trying to assist the poor wife of the mayor who's in great distress, and she came to you as her savior, and you advised her to seek help outside Crabtree. And we have come to help your good friend resolve this.
Oh, poor Helia. Her husband's such an idiot. Is the door shut? I don't want to speak out of turn and have anyone untoward hear me. Like that bumbling sheriff they have around here. Anyway, you are correct. What can I do for you?
Well, what made you suspicious that this is more than just a couple of loggers who got a better deal in another forest for higher pay?
Well, I saw the seeds of the weird purplish color in the canopies one morning, and, well, I went to investigate, and I walked into the fog, and, well, there was nothing there. But I started having odd dreams, like dreams of a very large black stone with sparkly purple flecks in it. I did some research, and, well, I didn't like what I read about.
And what did you read about?
Well, there's only one that has a dark black stone with purpley flecks, and that's Therisden. We are not to speak that name. That is a name that is full of spite, enmity.
Yes, those of us who are learned have heard of the Unmaker. It is, as you said, best not to speak of his name directly. Have you talked to the loggers, or do you talk to anybody in the forest that might know where this black stone with purple flecks, if it exists, is? Or should we seek out the loggers and ask where they found the symbol? Or did you see the symbol?
I haven't seen the symbol because after I went into that fog, I've been having nightmares every night, and I decided I would not go into the forest again until they ended.
Could you describe the dreams?
Well, first I'm floating, and then there's a large black piece of stone, and then I see it shrinks down, and there is just but a spear left there. But then the spear, it does something, and somehow it strikes right into my brain, and then I wake up. It's horrible, horrible.
Describe the spear.
It's made of black stone. It has a jagged end. It all looks like one piece. I can't explain it. I've never seen such a thing. But I shan't go into the forest again.
Fascinating. And when did you go into the forest last?
3 days ago, and I've had nightmares all 3 days. It's horrible. I can't even sleep. Can't you tell? I just look so horrible. I'm so tired. I sleep for 10 minutes, and then I have a bad nightmare, and then I wake up again.
Have you attempted to put up wards around your tower to make sure those dreams don't come?
Well, of course. They're not working somehow.
Interesting.
Have the rumors put everybody that has spoken about this mentioned that the logging camp was where the loggers were last seen or last heading to before they disappeared?
As far as I know, that's true.
Well, it sounds like from the symbols on the trees that they may have found some ancient flan site. These woods are ancient, and they may have contained horrors or those who worship them. We should investigate. Can you think of anything else that might be useful to us? By the way, at least I can say I 100% agree with your opinions on the administration of your town.
Look, they're fine when there's really nothing wrong, but as soon as something goes wrong, they don't know what to do. They've never had trouble in this town.
So it appears. You can't stress test something without stress. All right. Anything else we need to know?
Look, if you leave town, take me with you. I'm afraid I might have to go up to a larger town to find a cleric to rid me of these horrible nightmares.
Well, when this is over, we'll either leave town or we'll be dead. I'm
Well, I should hope not.
I'm assuming the
Don't
former.
go into the fog. That's all I can say. Don't go into the fog.
Wise advice.
Did anything occur before the fog or the lights in the forest first started? Anyone new come to town? Any changes that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I'm not even sure this is all related, you know. I saw some strange lights and I went into the forest and now I'm in a bad way, but all of that logging stuff was before that. But I don't remember anything happening especially strange before that.
The symbology of the Unmaker is persistent throughout. I believe it's related. I think we should go onto the logging camp and find out the location of these trees that had the symbol. Perhaps it will reveal to us some site where we might find these 3 missing loggers. Or what remains of them. Hopefully we'll be able to return them safe and whole to their families.
Would I be able to recognize this as a curse? What the gnome is describing?
That is a good question. Why don't you roll me a wisdom siege check?
That would be 27 prime.
So, it doesn't have what you would consider the properties or signature or aura of a curse, but it does seem like it's having the same effect as what a curse would have. So, yeah, it's quite puzzling.
Okay.
In other words, if it was a curse, it seems like it could be, you could actually do something to help it, but you're not sure that any of your, restoration type fixes would actually cure him.
Well, so that's my question. I have remove curse,
and
I was curious if
it doesn't feel like it would work.
Okay. I will just let it go.
It's either a curse that's too powerful for what you could do, or it's not actually a curse. It's kind of hard to tell.
Okay. I will leave it be that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's everyone doing?
Well, we'll head out to the loggers camp.
Yep, I think we should shuffle out together and make haste. Or did we decide to ride or walk?
I believe Carradine was going to jog, and the cleric will not walk that far.
Yes.
So I'm gonna suggest that Fenley and I go ahead on foot, scouting the way. You guys are gonna sound like a Nyronde's marching band, so we'll have to assume an appropriate distance so we can achieve some stealth here.
Yeah, because nobody wants to hear a Nyronde's marching band. Good lord.
God. Even the Nyronde's.
Not here in Elmore, they don't.
Plus, Lonan, you can keep an eye on and see if you see any sign of prints or movement or whatever that would make sense to you.
That's the goal. So Sam, we want to use our abilities here to look for marks or anything on the track that could indicate anything unusual, and we want to try to arrive at the camp silently if we can.
So I will come with you guys, because in case you need to send a word back, I could probably sprint back to the rest of the party. And I am fairly quiet.
Is that the case, Sam? Would we judge it? If we sort of tested him for a moment, would we judge him to be as quiet as we could be?
So he's not loud, but he doesn't blend in with the forest the way you and the halfling do.
Okay.
Quick question.
So
Is there logging going on?
You're not sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're still 4 or 5 miles away from the camp, so...
Right. That might help.
Actually, I'll ask this, Sam. When we were in and around town, was the business of the town going on, like in terms of logging? Were there any barges or any boats going up and down? Was there any loading going on, or was it pretty quiet in town?
It was pretty quiet. The mill didn't actually have any activity.
Okay.
So the mill would be, the process would be the loggers cut down the trees, send it up to the town. The town gives much of it to the mill so it can be, quote, milled, right? And then you actually have a product you can sell that can actually be usable. And the mill seemed quiet.
Okay.
So are you going to take the monk with you then? Or no?
I guess if he can't be concealed, then probably not, and we should just come up with some kind of way to signal if we're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, if we're out ahead of the rest of the party by a decent amount, then we can continue to hand signal, to keep going or whatever. But it gives us a little bit of room to operate and get into the wood line in case there's something going on, and then we can whistle back.
The party is riding horses, right? That's quite noisy.
I take off my outer robe and say,
Uh-oh.
Carradine, wear this about you.
Oh.
It's a robe of blending.
Thanks.
At least for now.
You're going to give him that, and he's not going to want to give it back.
Probably not, but for this particular use, it might benefit him.
I have given up all worldly possessions except for the ones I want.
So do we want to go ahead, Lonan, and get out in front of the party?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so now that he has a robe of blending,
I'm probably better than they are.
It's lesser robe of blending, plus 10 to hide checks while underground or in a stone fortification or building.
Yeah, so you're not underground or in a stone fortification.
Really? This doesn't work in the wilderness?
No.
Oh, well, never mind. Give it back.
I'd send it back and get a refund.
He would have known that already.
Yeah, I would have known. I'm sorry. I would
Yeah.
have thought that, most of these things worked in the wilderness really well, but apparently this one very specifically said no.
Teasing the monk is not good for your soul.
Okay, so I need a couple of move silently checks from the ranger and the rogue, or one from each of you. So that's going to be a dexterity check.
Okay, and we're going to be looking for traps or anything.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
so
Yes.
like out here, it's going to be like snares or whatever I can see. It wouldn't be obviously in a dungeon setting. I do have boots of Elvenkind, Sam. So how does that adjudicated?
So those are going to. Let me see here.
Now, those would be useful for the monk.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he said
so-
I'm pretty silent. I have plus 9 on my stealth, right? 3 plus my level.
Right, but so you don't have the skills that allow you to hide and move silently at the same time like they
Right.
do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the boots wouldn't help me. I'm already pretty quiet. I just can't
Well,
hide.
the boots make it so you don't even have to roll a check, so their magic would actually help you.
Oh,
But I'm pretty sure the rogue doesn't want to give them to you.
no. Okay. Look, if I don't have to go into danger, I'm fine.
Yeah. So yeah, so Curtis, so you don't actually have to make a check at the moment.
Okay.
If you
Alright.
find something, you might have to make a check. But I do need a check from Lonan.
Okay.
Okay, I got a 7 before any modifiers, so. What abilities? Is
So
this a dexterity
it's a
check?
dexterity, yeah. So that's prime for you. So you add 3 plus your level, and then you're actually
9, 16.
You're a ranger. So you're going to. Yeah, okay. All right. So you are, the two of you are sort of in front of everyone else by a relatively good distance. They're having to go really slow though because they're looking pretty intently for everything. And you, but they're still, everybody's kind of still moving, right? But what happens is you get to about this point right here. Whoops, wrong color. Sorry. You get to about this point right here. And you notice that it looks like there was a game trail kind of crossing this path. But when you look, you see that there's, it almost looks like drag marks. So you're probably going to want to investigate that a little more.
To the east or to the west?
It is to the west of the path. So it's in this direction. The question is, do you want to investigate and tell everybody to wait, or do you want to let them keep coming while you're investigating?
I would get with my little 3'6" body, kind of wave off and hold up both hands as to stop, and let Lonan take a look around here, and then I will tree-line and intently listen to see if I can hear anything coming.
I mean, I don't think this road is straight or clean enough for us to even be seen, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you step off the road just a couple of feet, you're in the forest. Like, it's not even really a road. It's just a sort of glorified game trail that they pull wagons up and down to move a bunch of wood. So it's like a rutted little area, but it's not really a road.
I mean, how far do they have to be behind us so that you can't hear the sound of their horses, like a mile or two? Or I don't know.
I mean, they're closer than that to you already. I'm just saying, do you want to make them stop, or do you want to check while they're still coming?
Well,
that's all.
What I'd like to do is leave something in the road that indicates to them to stop.
Okay, I mean, you can do that, I think.
Like plant an arrow or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll continue stealthily tracking the dragged marks.
Okay. You go in about 200 or 300 feet, and then the drag marks stop.
Okay, well,
without not looking through a ranger's eyes, but just it literally looks like something's dragged off the trail, and then just
first look up.
Yeah.
Are we in an opening or in a clearing or
nope
solid wood?
Yeah, just forest area. I mean, you're on again. There was sort of a game trail there, but that's it.
Okay, so if we look up, there's no sign of anything in the trees.
Nope. But you can
any of the local. I'm sorry, Sam. I was going to say on any of the local boughs or the tree trunks. Are there any of those signs that we saw that the priest scribbled in the ground?
Yeah. So what I was going to say is you can roll some wisdom checks to search the area around where the drag marks stopped.
Got it.
Okay, let's do a search.
This is not prime for me. Wisdom.
Slow enough to not break our.
Yeah, I rolled it. Do I add the level as well on this one, even though it's not prime?
Yeah, you add your level.
Okay, so 20 total.
Would Lonan get?
15 plus. What is this? A dexterity check?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. plus 2, 17 plus level, 23.
So you find, so the drag marks stop, but there's, you find two weird things. Finley, you find a couple of drops of what originally you thought was blood, but it's almost like tar or sap mixed with blood. And Lonan, you find some weird, some leaves that have these very teeny tiny holes in them, almost like little pinpricks in the leaves, and it's definitely not natural. But there's no blood around it.
Does it look like anything I've seen before?
Let's see, your 7th level. Yeah,
Sixth.
you know, probably 6th level. Probably, yeah, probably you have at least heard of these odd creatures that can, like, shoot pine needles.
The Needlemen.
You've heard of creatures like that. And that would be small enough to make these holes. And it would look kind of unnatural like this. So, seems like
Okay.
what it might be.
Well, I'll glance over at Finley and make the quiet sound, the quiet sign, and then wrap my cloak around me and start to back up a little bit.
Also, can I get from Lonan, can you make me a wisdom check?
Nine,
Plus your level.
which is
Plus
3,
3.
plus 2, plus 6, 17.
17 total.
Any other modifiers? Nope.
Nope. So where is everybody else? Are you all coming up to? I mean, they've been out off this trail for at least 20 minutes searching.
Oh, so we know they're walking in front of us, but the assumption that I would have from this is that if there's danger, they'll flag us down. But so we need to trot at a not hasty pat. You know what I mean? Given that we're on horses.
So he left.
We will probably be passing them unless they.
He left a sign telling you where they went off the trail.
Was it something obvious, or was it?
Yeah, basically like an arrow tied to a stick pointing to the west.
Okay.
Do we need to make a spot to notice it?
No, you'll see it.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's an arrow pointing off?
Yeah, pointing to the west. So the question is, what do you do?
Well, I guess we continue.
Can our horses navigate the trees?
No, you'd have to dismount and then.
Well,
I'll tell you what. Let's lead the horses into the tree line and find a place right, within the tree, someplace not immediately visible, to allow them to graze.
And we'll also remove the signal.
Okay.
I'll make a mark that's not so obvious, but something to look for on the off chance we have to come down this way and find our fucking horses again. I'm sorry, our horses again.
You're quite silly having brought your horses instead of coming for a walk like I did.
And off into the woods to the west.
So,
as quietly as we're able.
Finley, can you roll me a wisdom check? Also, you're muted. Did he
He's
go
dead.
away?
Damn, Sam's really good.
If he is, you might be.
Oh, jeez. Fenley, wake up.
He probably walked away. This might be a good time for a 5-minute bio break for all of us, because there's about to be some action. So let's take a 5-minute break.
But wait a second. We just gallop right on past them to the camp then. We never stop.
I'm sorry. Did you hear? I had a little glitch with my laptop. I rolled a natural 1 on my check.
Oh.
So, yeah, it was like.
Oh.
I don't know if it has an effect by itself.
So here's what happens. Well, let's take a 5-minute break. Actually, let's take a 5-minute bio break. That way, people can get some water and get settled in and get ready. Because, yeah. So I'm gonna put us on a "we'll be right back" screen.
Okay.
And we will be right back. Okay, and we are back. So, here's the scene. Well, so first, everybody needs to roll initiative. So that's going to be a raw D10 that is going
No
to...
modifiers.
No modifiers.
8.
So the monk rolled an 8.
A 3 for the fighter.
Cleric has a 7.
Wizard has a 9.
7.
And the rogue? Oh, a 6.
Finley with a 6.
Okay.
6.
All right, so here's what happens. The wizard, as the group of you that were getting the horses prepped and all that were about to you're about to come off the trail, you sort of see where they're going. The trail is pretty obvious. And you get up to being about 30 feet, maybe 40 feet away from them, and you can kind of see through the trees a little bit. And what you see is Finley is looking at something on a leaf, on a plant or something, and Lonan is looking at the base of a tree. He's looking at some plants that have some sort of something wrong with them. And a branch comes down that kind of almost looks like a noose. And it loops itself around Lonan's neck. And then it tightens. And Cristobal sees this as he walks up, and he's about 30 or 40, maybe even 50 feet away. You kind of see through the trees something is happening, and now Lonan is looped around the neck.
Can I take an action?
Yes, it's your turn.
I would like to cast magic missiles at the rope.
Okay.
They are unerring, as I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that this might be something that I can use to save my friend from the forest.
How much damage do they do?
So I am
Putting all-
6th level, so that should be 3 magic
3 of
missiles.
them, yep. Putting all 3 at it.
So let's see. How do I do 3d6?
Is it D6 or D4?
Oh, you're right. They are d4s. Hold on. Ignore those. All right, I'm going to roll 3 in a row.
Are you rolling them in, where are you rolling them?
I'm trying to roll them
Owlbear.
in,
Oh, in Owlbear, okay.
in Owlbear. So I rolled a 2. Oh.
Yeah, if you keep
3.
rolling, it'll just add them all together.
What do you mean if I keep rolling, I don't add them all together?
No, I'm saying if it will actually add them for you. So like I just rolled a 6, and if I roll another D6, it automatically adds them. So I rolled another 6, and then I rolled a 5, so
okay.
it adds them automatically.
Well, let me do this then.
Yeah.
Okay, so naturally when I rolled it for real, I got a 3, a 1, and a 1, but add 3 to that. So 8 points of damage to
8 points of
the
damage.
rope. Pew, pew, pew.
Okay.
And I have marked my magic missile as cast.
Carradine.
Did it
So-
take out the rope?
So you hit the branch that is attached to the rope, but it's still around his neck. Carradine, it is your turn. You see the wizard sort of stop and cast a spell, and
So do I see the noose around my friend's neck?
You do.
I want to run up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a fast movement.
Mm-hmm.
And lift my friend so that the noose is not strangling him.
Okay.
Can I do that?
You can try to do that.
I will do that.
Okay. As you do that, you notice that like lifting him up doesn't actually make the noose lighten. He's
Okay.
still being strangled.
Okay. That's pretty much all I could do because he was 50 feet away, right? I couldn't
Yep.
even run it. I could do anything.
Yep.
I forgot to try that. All right.
So, cleric and ranger, you both rolled a 7, so you can decide which
Ranger
one of
can
you
go
wants
ahead
to
if he
go.
wishes. Go ahead, Ranger.
How high is the branch above me?
Probably 10 feet. But there's
Does this-
there's
I
a
mean-
vine coming down, and that's what's making the noose.
Right. Does this feel like a vine? It doesn't feel like a rope, right?
No, it feels like the tree trying to kill you.
Now I'm holding you, right? So I'm underneath you, so you're not dangling
Right.
at the moment. So you can stand on my shoulders and do something.
Oh, can I just swing my sword against the vine and try to cut it?
Yeah, I mean, you can attack the thing, try to get it to let you go.
Okay. Do I make a d20 roll? I don't know what the modifiers
Oh
are.
yeah, so you're gonna make a d20 roll, sorry, and you're going to your attack as the ranger is going to be at a +6 because it's not a favored enemy, and if you hit, it will do 2d6 + 1 damage.
Okay, 14 plus 6, 20.
So that is going to hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Yeah.
Okay, 10 damage. It does not let you go. You're sort of hacking at it, and you're cutting into it, and you see like bark coming off, and some of the sort of the sort of viney parts kind of twining away a little bit, but it's still wrapped around you. Cleric.
Was I attacking the tree or was I attacking the vine?
Oh, stupid OBS just disconnected. You were just trying to attack anything to make it let you go,
Okay.
and it did not let you go.
All right.
This is why I hate streaming games. Hold on one second. It's having a hard time reconnecting. There we go. Crazy. Okay, so it did not let you go, but you did some damage. Cleric.
How far away am I?
You're about 40 or 50 feet, maybe.
Okay, so I will just I'll run up. That'll take my movement and action.
Okay, you're
just
going
to get close. And
where are you going? Are you going close to Lonan, or are you?
Yeah, so that in my next turn I can try and provide some assistance.
Okay, so not very far away from him is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay. Finley.
Position myself to take off my bow and just try to start poking arrows into this thing.
Okay.
And so, however it is you say it takes if I get my bow off my shoulder and knock an arrow, is that all in one combat round, or is that going to take some time?
No, because you had it slung over and you didn't have another weapon out, I'll go ahead and let you draw that.
Okay. And just sink an arrow into the trunk.
Okay. That's going to be a +4 for you to hit, and then it's going to do 1d6 damage if you hit.
Okay. And plus 13.
That does not hit. And then it's the tree's turn. And the tree, now that it has a monk and a cleric standing really close by, is going to try to noose the monk and the cleric. So, so let's see.
I believe I have 19 AC, if that counts for anything.
So you have 19 AC, and that is correct. You do have 19 AC, but the cleric only actually has 11 AC because this thing ignores armor. So the monk does not get noosed, but the cleric now has a noose around his neck. And the noose that is around Lonan's neck tightens and does 4 points of damage to Lonan. And you hear sounds all around you, like something is walking towards you. And then the fighter gets to go.
Okay, I'm going to move 15 feet and go ahead and load bolts into my light crossbow.
Okay.
And get some cover between a tree there as I'm doing that, between the tree that's attacking everyone.
Okay. Are you going to get a shot off?
Oh, if I can.
Yeah, you can get a shot off. I'll let you have a shot
Okay.
off.
All right. I'll aim at the. I can't see what the sound of walking towards us is, right?
Correct. Well, I mean,
Okay.
if you want to take your turn to look, then you won't get a shot off.
I'll take a shot at that tree.
Okay.
Right.
We don't have a different map yet, right?
Correct.
13 plus 8. So there we go. I guess we will have a 21 shot.
That is going to hit.
Okay, it's just a 1 dice 6. A 6.
6 damage. Okay. Still does not let go. And now we roll initiative again.
10. For the
Oh, we
fighter.
do the reroll each round thing?
Yep, reroll each round.
Oh, cool.
3. I'm slower than a piece of wood.
5 for me.
And he rolled a 6 again.
Dale, how are you doing the dice on the Owlbear?
So there's a little rectangle symbol next to where it says party up in the upper left-hand corner. And if you click on that, it'll open up a dice tray. And if you want it to show the results, you got to click on the world symbol that's down at the bottom. And when you click on these, it'll just roll them all. Whatever you click on, it'll roll and it'll add them all together. So if you want to just do one roll at a time, you let it roll, and then there'll be a little X in the lower left of the dice tray that you can X that out, and then it won't add them together automatically.
Awesome. Works well. Faster than using the phone.
So let's see. I have the fighter has a 10. Wow, that's pretty good. And then the ranger has an 8. Finley got a 6 again. And my cleric has a 1. Okay. I rolled a 5. Fighter. Mr. Jowl.
Okay, is there scanning first? Are we able to see what the...
Yeah, so you see walking around you. Actually, let me go ahead and I will switch the map just because this is going to get more complicated than maybe we thought. Go ahead and drag a token onto this. I'm going to draw some scribbles on it real quick for you. And so Lonan and the cleric and the monk. So Lonan and Tolvar and Carradine have to be close to each other because the tree is going to be near you. And so the tree is probably like this right here.
Apparently, I can't drag my token.
You can't? Try it. Just pull a new one out. And then there's other various trees. I'm just sort of drawing, random trees and bushes and whatnot. It's not really a clearing. It's more like a pathway. The pathway sort of went this way like this. This was your pathway. And what you see, in fact, I can put this token out here. This is actually the tree right there. And then what you see walking around you is, how many of these? No. These strange humanoid-shaped creatures that look like they're made of twigs almost. And they have these really sharp spines all over their bodies.
So, I have a question about our locations
Yep.
on the board.
You can move yourself.
So we came in from the east this direction.
Yeah, you
How
kind
did
of
everybody get to the other
came-
side of me and the thing?
Yeah, I don't know, because everybody just kind of plopped their people
my
there.
way of saying, get back and protect me, you guys.
Put your name
Unless
on
you
your
wa-
token. Where are you? Which one are you? Are you the...
I'm the one that's labeled Cristobal
Oh, I see you. Okay.
that came in from the east and isn't quite to them yet, and the other guys are all over the place for some reason.
Yeah. Well, remember, the monk and the
Cleric.
the monk and the cleric ran to where the tree
Right.
is.
Right.
And the fighter moved and then shot an arrow.
Ah, okay. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you.
You have like a lot of hit points.
For a wizard.
Okay, so here's the deal. So the fighter and the cleric are both noosed right now, and they're just going to take 1d6 damage as long as they're noosed. The thing doesn't even have to roll an attack roll. And if they're noosed for 3 rounds, something bad is going to happen. So the fighter is up.
Okay, this is not. We don't have a lot of good choices here. I will move to this side of the tree to try and have a little protection from these folks that are sneaking up, and go ahead and take another crossbow shot at the tree.
Okay.
Oh, 7, 8, 15.
A 15 does not hit.
Oh, do I get my dex also? Modifier?
So whatever is on your sheet as the plus already counts your dex modifier.
Okay, then I definitely whiffed that one.
Okay, that means it is Lonan's turn.
Okay, I'll take another hack at it, I guess.
Okay. You feel that it's trying to sort of lift you up.
I think that's a 6. There's a dot on the bottom.
I can't tell because it's just adding them all, so it says 88.
How do you
there's a
how do you
little there's
clear
an X down in the bottom left-hand corner of the dice tray.
Okay. Three.
Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, that's gonna miss. Okay. It is Finley's turn.
Okay, I'm going to try to launch. I know this, guy full of needles is coming after me, but I'm going to try to launch another arrow into the tree if I can.
Okay.
14 plus 4, 18.
That is a hit.
For 2 points of damage.
Oof. Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, arrows don't do much if they're not your specialty.
Yeah. 1 to 6.
Cristobal.
One moment.
Yeah.
Next time, throw yourself, you fool of a took.
So I have a question about my gear.
Yes.
I have a staff
Mm-hmm.
that is magical.
Uh-huh.
There is no... It uses charges.
Uh-huh.
The charges are discussed how much each charges. It does not tell me how many charges it begins with.
Aren't wands and staves start with 50? Isn't that the default D&D?
No, so Dale, what it has next to it is how many charges you have left for that spell. So where it says like spell 1, 1 charge, spell 2, 1 charge, spell 3, 1 charge, right? That means you can cast those once.
Oh, it's...
I gave you the
Not-
char. It's got charges per spell.
Okay, so it's got... Instead of casting shield using 1 charge from a pool, you're
Right.
saying I can cast shield
Right.
once.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. And in the morning it regains all expended charges.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, it's almost like Mayhem, where you get 1 shot a day for stuff.
All right, 1 second. I have to look up a spell I'm not that familiar with.
Yep. It's probably in your spell list because I think all these are in your spell list already.
It is not.
It's not, huh?
No.
Yeah, it's called Burn Forest Creatures.
That's right.
For 4 to 6 damage.
Burn it with fire. I don't think the ranger would be very happy about you burning down his forest, even though this tree is kind of a bastard.
I will use my staff to cast repulsion
Mm-hmm.
upon myself.
Okay, which does what?
This spell causes an invisible mobile field to spring into being around the caster.
Mm-hmm.
The field is a sphere of divine magic, 10 feet in diameter per level of the caster. The field physically prevents creatures from approaching the caster. Creatures within or entering the field must attempt strength saves or they become unable to move to me toward the caster for the duration of the spell. Repelled creatures' actions are not otherwise restricted. If the caster moves closer, the creature is not forced back and free to make melee attacks against the caster.
Okay.
If a repelled creature moves away from the caster and tries to turn back, it cannot move any closer to the caster if it's still within the spell's area. The spell's area is not described.
It's probably at the top. Of
Yeah,
the,
you would think that, but it's not.
Let me find it.
It says range personal around a level. Strength negates, spell resistance, yes. Oh, 10 feet in diameter per level of the caster.
Oh,
does
right.
does the staff act at a particular level or does it use my level?
The staff is going to use your level.
So, okay, so 60 feet.
60 feet, yes.
Anything cannot approach me. And anything inside it has to make a strength check or they become unable to move closer to me. So basically, strength negates. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Creatures within or entering the field. Okay. That's my action.
Okay.
Well, if it's my turn.
It was your turn.
And I think
yes.
you said it was.
Yep,
so.
it was. And now it's the tree's turn and those little men's turn. So if they within or entering the field, so you cast it, and now if they're within it, which they will be, right? So when you're drawing a circle, you start at the center and then drag out, and it will draw the circle to be as big as you want it to
I'll
be.
use my drawing tools.
And if you click the little there's a little teardrop symbol, it'll make it more transparent so that it won't just black out everything, for example.
So if these
Like
are
that.
5 feet squares.
Yeah. So that means that these probably 4 on this side are going to have to make a strength check.
No, it's diameter, so it's not radius.
Oh, it's diameter.
So hold on. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that's the diameter.
Okay. Yeah, so those 3 have to make a strength check, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
Or they can't move towards me.
All right. So there's 1. I rolled a 1. 2. Let me actually number these people here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1 failed. Second one failed. Third one failed. Okay, so they have to move away from you.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, they have to
They
move away
can't
from you. Is that
approach
what I'm
me.
hearing?
They can't approach me.
They can't
yeah.
approach, yeah. So
Hold on, let me say that they're unable to move towards the caster for
Yeah.
the duration of the spell.
Okay. So but they can move not towards you, but they can still move. So what's the range on that? All right, so they are not going to move towards you. This one's going to go out. This one goes out. This one goes out. Who is the symbol with the dagger on it? Who is that?
Probably the halfling.
That's me.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one with the dagger's me.
Yeah, so, you see this little needle guy in front of you sort of stop, and he kind of almost like gets kind of a screwed up look on his face, and then it looks like he's concentrating really hard, and then a whole bunch of needles shoot out of his body. In fact, 3 needles shoot out of his body, all 3 towards you.
Wonderful.
And probably none of them hit you. 14 is the highest. What's your AC?
Yeah.
Much higher than
AC
that. Yeah.
16.
So these needles go wide, but several of them shot out at you, and that was very scary. Then this one moves over, and he's going to do the same thing, except 6 needles shoot out of him, 3 of them at you. One of them's an 18 on the die, so that's going to hit you. And the other one at the fighter there, and one of those is a 20 on the die, so that is going to hit you. So Finley takes... Whoops, wrong die. Finley takes 4 damage, and Jowl takes 2 damage from needles being embedded in you, flying out of these weird creatures.
Ouch.
And these are going to just move in. That one already moved. Okay. Meanwhile, the tree is going to damage both the cleric and the ranger. The cleric takes 3, and the ranger takes 5 points of damage just from being noosed. That's the second round for the ranger, the first round for the cleric. And then that is the tree and the needler's turns. The cleric is now up. Oh, no, sorry. The monk is now up.
Okay, so the ranger's still being strangled, right?
Yep, so is the cleric.
So, but the noose is it on a branch around his neck?
Yeah, it's like the tree itself reached down, turned some of its long viney pieces into a noose.
Okay, so
and
I want
is-
a typical monk thing
Mhm.
where I kick my way up the tree and I break the branch the noose is hanging from.
The one on Lonan's already damaged.
That's what I'm attacking. Because Lonan's been strangled longer, right? So
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shatter that branch using both my fists.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, so you're going to run up to it, and you're going to literally run up and then attack it twice. That's fine.
Yeah.
So you'll see on your sheet is...
I get a plus 9, plus 8.
Is that right?
Well, this is attack roll plus 8, right? I get plus 5 for my base hit, plus 3
Yeah,
for my
yeah.
strength.
Yeah. So you get a plus 8 for both attacks, and then the attacks do different damage.
Right. I'll roll
Yeah.
my first one.
Okay.
I rolled a 15 plus 8, 23.
That hits.
Okay, I'll roll my second one. 3. So that'll be much less.
Yeah,
so
that's going to miss.
Love it.
So roll your first damage, which is 1d8 plus 3.
Yep. 1. So 4. Shit. Oh.
Okay. Cleric.
So this is trying to figure out what I'm asking here.
Mhm.
2 separate branches are now shaped in nooses around myself and who was the other one? The ranger.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm assuming that this tree is fully. I mean, it's not just like a magical branch. It's the tree itself. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. I will cast a spiritual weapon and attack the tree.
Okay.
And I just lost my notes.
How much damage does it do? And does it
Um,
does it hit unerringly? I don't remember. Let's find out.
Spiritual weapon normally in D&D has an attack.
Yeah.
Has to make an attack roll, and it's based on the cleric's ability.
Yeah, wielding in combat. So that will be a melee attack for me. Hang on, I have the wrong die.
Yep.
11 plus strength is 13.
That is a
I don't know what is Rao's. Do we know what Rao's preferred weapon is?
Yeah, Morning Star.
Love.
Yeah, you're using a Morning Star that has been blessed by Rao.
All right. So so that would be what 13.
So that is a miss.
All right.
Oh.
All right, everybody rolls initiative again.
Big number, big number, big number.
Yes, get a big number.
1. Suspect.
All right, so I see Jal has an 8, Lonan has an 8, Tolvar has a 3.
I need a big one.
4 for Fenley.
What did Carradine get?
1.
Oh, 1. Man. And Cristobal?
But that's two ones in a row.
Did we lose Asher?
No, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Cristobal
sorry.
got it too. I thought it was
Two.
visible.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the...
Yes, I got it too.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Got it. No, that's my bad. Okay, so... Tolvar and Jowl both rolled an 8. You get to decide who goes first.
Oh, please. Sir.
Oh, and you know what? You know what? So did Lonan. So, all three of you get to decide.
Go ahead. I went first last time, so I'd be happy for them to go first.
No one can decide. Go ahead and go.
Well, I'm not seeing anything better than the option of just attacking again, so that's what I'll do.
I've weakened it. It's weakened. You can do this.
So 10 plus 6 plus... So when it says attack roll plus 6 / plus 9, what's the difference?
That plus 9 is for your favorite enemy.
Okay, so plus 6, so 16.
That is going to hit because you are high up enough and being strangled. Roll me some damage. Roll well.
Okay, I don't know how to do a compound roll here, so I'm just going to add it up.
Yeah, if you just roll both dice, it'll add them for you.
Eight plus 1, 9.
Okay. As you finish your swing, the tree drops both you and Tolvar, and kind of... You see the branches that were really animated and active and attacking. You see them kind of almost wither a little bit, and then they stop moving. So that tree now is inert. Effectively, it's dead. However, the needle people are still around.
Okay, did I take any more damage this round then?
Nope, because you just killed it.
Okay.
So you're probably going to want to be healed, though. So Tolvar and Jowl. Tolvar, you're now dropped on the ground, like it let you go.
Okay. Well, I had a 3 for initiative.
Oh, why did I have you as an 8?
So I will continue sitting on the ground until it is my turn.
Sorry, I wrote down an
No
8.
worries.
All right, never mind. Jowl.
Okay. If I drop my crossbow and pull out my sword, is that my whole turn?
Yep, that's your turn. I'm assuming
do
you're
that.
going to stow your crossbow, though, instead of just dropping it on the ground.
Yeah, if it doesn't save time, then absolutely.
Yeah, it won't save time.
Okay.
All right. And that leads us to Finley.
Same thing. We'll throw the bow around my shoulder and draw one of my daggers.
All right.
To then engage with the needle guy.
Okay, and the needlers now go. So, let's see. They can't move closer to the cleric. I guess these two are going to go over here then. Alright, so this one's just kind of hanging out. Alright, so these three... Alright, I'm going to take these one at a time, actually. Let's call this number 4. That's number 5. That's number 6. That'll be number 7. Oops, number 7. Okay, so here's the thing. Number 2 and 3 are now behind the tree, so they're not doing anything, but number 6 is going to shoot out only one spike which is going to miss the rogue. Number 7 is going to shoot out 3 of those, which are all going towards the fighter. And 2 of them are going to hit. So the fighter takes a total of 7 damage.
Okay.
Number 5 is also going to shoot out 2 spikes, both of which miss, and number 4 shoots out 4 of them. Ooh. A 2, a 3, and a 4, and then I need to find another d20. And then a 2. So all those miss. You literally have needles flying all around you. It's almost like a cartoon or like you're fighting stormtroopers because none of them hit you. And so those are the Needlemen for that turn, which leaves Tolvar now is up.
All right. I still have my spiritual weapon for 6 more turns, or 6 more rounds, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So I will navigate it towards Needleman number 4, I guess, and swing at it.
Okay, whoops. Let's put a token on here. How about we'll put something weird. We'll put this thing with the wing on it. So move that towards to where you're gonna put your spiritual weapon.
All right, I'll just put it right there.
And then roll
Swinging.
me an attack roll.
All right. And I have, that's 18.
That is a hit.
All right. And according to the rules of spiritual weapon, it's a 1d8, regardless of weapon type.
Right.
And that's a 1.
Okay. All right. And then it is Christabal's turn.
Cristobal needs a new plan because he was going to lightning bolt the tree, but now so the needler creatures, do they appear to be plants?
They
Or do
look
they
like
look like
they're
humanoids?
made of twigs.
Okay, so sleep would not be effective on them.
Correct. They do not. They're
Okay.
not susceptible to mind altering spells.
That changes things, although I am going to use my handy dandy flaming dart because I think that might affect little twig people.
Go ahead and roll your attack roll.
So let me roll my attack roll. I miss, and then the dart returns to me.
Okay. Are you sure you missed?
I rolled a natural 4. Let me. I'm a wizard. I don't have a great
Yeah, you
bonus to
probably
hit.
missed.
Even with my
Yep.
even as a prime, I'm pretty sure I missed it.
Carradine, you are up.
Okay, so I have this ability to catch missiles coming my way.
Yes.
So I am going to. Is there anybody within 25 feet of me that I can move and just beat up on? I guess I do this in the tree. I should do that, right? This guy down here, number 3.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably make it to pretty much any of these. The 2 down here, 3 and 2, and probably even up to 7 right there.
Okay, I'm going to go to 3 and 2 so that Lauren could head left. So I'll cover the south flank. So I'll go to number 3.
All right.
And I'll put myself between. I want to make sure that if I can put myself in ways so that 2 attacks me, so I protect the wizard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I punch 3, and then I'll missile cut anything flying to me from number 2.
Okay.
All right. So my right hand, I rolled a 7, and my left hand rolled a 17. So that would be 16 and 26.
Yep. They both hit.
Okay, so then it's D8 plus 3 and then a D4 plus 3.
Yep.
So D8, and I rolled a 2, so that's a 5. And then another 2, so another 5. So 10 total.
Okay.
Is he still up?
He is still up. Yeah, these
Okay.
things are hardy.
Yep, all good.
All right, roll initiative again.
2. Yes. I don't think I've rolled above a 2. My damage and my initiatives.
All right, so we've got Finley with a 5, Christabel with a 6, Tolvar with a 4, Ronan with a 5, and Jow with a 1. All right. I rolled a 7, which means I beat all of you. So, number 4 is going to shoot 2 needles. Does a 19 hit Jowl?
I have a 19 armor class.
Okay, you're going to take 1 damage. Number 7 is going to shoot 2 spikes. Jowl again takes 1 damage. And then number, looks like an 8 under there. Is that 8 or 6? Let me see. 6, number 6 is going to shoot 1, which is going to miss anyone on the field right now. Number 3 is going to try to hit Carradine with 2.
Got a 19 AC, so that will miss, right?
No, the 2 was how many it was shooting. So...
Well, I got that arrow cutting or whatever it's called.
Yep, you're deflecting arrows. So it actually hits you with both, and so you can deflect.
Up to 3, it says, from my front.
Yep, twice per round, right? So. So you
I
need to
make a
make
dex
a
check.
dex check.
If the check succeeds, I deflect and suffer no damage. It'll be done twice per round. So there's 2 that came at me, so I deflect 2. Right.
Yep. So give me a dex check.
So I do a dex check, which would be a D20, right?
Yep, a d20 plus your dexterity modifier, which is a 2.
3. I have 2 my dex, so I got a 16. And it's prime, so that should work, right?
Yeah. So, but your dex is a +2, right?
Right, and I rolled a 14
Yeah.
plus 2.
Okay. Yep. And then for the second one?
Yeah. Rolling it now. Not so good. 8. So that's probably a miss.
That is a miss. So you're going to take 1 damage.
Okay, so
All right.
Whoa.
Christabel.
oh, you're done with all the Needlemen?
Yep. They're a little bit listless now that the tree is gone.
I'm completely wounded, guys. Wounded.
Asher?
Well, these things are hardy,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys are interspaced between them, so I can't very well use a fireball to knock them out.
I mean, technically you could.
Right.
Ah.
And although I consider it anyway for a moment, I decided
Hail, you're like a contestant at Wheel of Fortune.
I instead will use my fire thing again, and hopefully I'll roll better this time.
Okay. Which one are you throwing it at? 3 and 4 have both been wounded.
Then I will throw it at whichever is the closest. 3, I imagine. So I roll a 10. I add my dex bonus of +2, so 12. I don't think that's a hit. Oh, and my bonus so my range is +4 total, so 14.
That actually hits.
Okay, so this is an unusual item. It is a expert dart of flame. Oh, I forgot to add its bonus to hit, too. On a successful ranged attack, it does 1d3 piercing damage plus 1d3 fire damage. So I'm going to roll.
Yeah, so
So
that.
one point of piercing
Mm-hmm.
and 1 point of fire. Boy, I suck.
That actually is enough to kill it.
Yes.
Oh, right on.
But
And
that,
then the dart zips back to my hands, and I blow on them.
just so you know, that +3 that's in your attack roll, that includes all your bonuses. That's just the plain roll. That includes your modifier and everything.
Okay.
So number 3 goes away. When that happens,
Well, that doesn't make any sense, though,
what?
because what's my bonus to hit?
Your dexterity is a +2.
Right. So is it saying I only have a +1 bonus to hit at level 6?
Oh no, I know what the issue is. It's because it's a thrown weapon, so it uses your strength mod,
Ah, okay, that explains it.
which
Okay,
is a 0.
sorry.
Yeah.
That
no,
makes
that's
sense.
cool. So when that happens, the other twig people just kind of crumble into these piles of needly twigs.
When the first one falls,
Yep.
you're welcome.
Yeah, your wizard says, "You're welcome."
Tolvar
Can't
will
even
golf
wait for
clap.
Thanks. Can't even wait.
Couldn't you have done it before I got injured? Look at this wound. I got
Sam,
split.
can I use some woodland lore to kind of see if I could identify what these things were?
Yeah, you can roll a wisdom check.
Okay.
I think they're needlers because he kept calling them that. I know. We didn't hear a voice from the sky.
10.
So you don't know if there's an official name for these, but you've heard of them before, and they are indeed the thing that you thought was going to, that would have been able to make those tiny holes in those leaves.
Okay.
But when you look at these, and you're looking at kind of this pile of twigs that's now on the ground where all of these things fell, you notice that some of the ends of these twigs are kind of burnt and like a weird purple color. And it doesn't look natural.
Well, that's grody.
Do we see any fog or anything in the distance
Nope.
in any direction?
Nope. But the whoops, that was a mistake. Sorry. The trail keeps going on.
Did we see now knowing that this tree was grabbing people and yanking them up and strangling them? Was there any sort of remains or bodies or anything hanging around here that was the subject of the drag?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Sam, I'm going to bandage my 1 hit point wound.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those bandages thingies.
Okay. So
So 1 hit point, I guess.
yeah, so it'll heal you right back up. Does anybody else want a bandage? Since you are actually technically within 4. That was only a 3-round combat, so you're technically within the 4 rounds when you could have been injured.
Yeah, I'll use one as well.
Okay.
What does a bandage do?
A bandage automatically heals you 1d2 hit points.
Okay.
But it only works for 1 wound. So Gary, you actually took wounds twice, so you could use 2 bandages and heal 1d2 twice. If you want to, and you have wisdom as a prime, you can also make a wisdom check to try to heal 1 extra hit point. But if you roll a 1 when you do that, you actually damage yourself.
I will try that as well, since I took 3 damage.
Some
on
kind of
it.
bandage asphyxiation.
You put it on your neck. Try to sludge the wound. You just pull it a little bit too tight.
Can you drink a third of your potion for 1 die 8?
Nope.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Sam, how do you want us to roll the 1d2?
Is a,
However you'd like. You can roll a d6, and 1 to 3 is a 1, and 4 to 6 is a 2.
All right.
How
so
does a 15 wisdom check sound?
Wisdom's prime for you. It sounds pretty good. Gives you an extra hit.
Okay. So, and then how do I do a 1d2? I just do...
Roll a d6, and a 1 to 3 is a 1, and a 4 to 6 is a 2.
All right, so I rolled a d6, got a 4, so that's 2 on the bandage, and then I got an 18 prime for the wisdom.
Okay, so that's an extra 1.
So I'm going to get 5 back total.
Okay.
Hey, Sam, real quick.
Yep.
While a character's dexterity modifier is added to all range to hit rolls, a character's strength modifier is added to the damage of thrown weapons. So it's dex to hit, strength for damage
Oh.
from thrown items.
Yeah, I probably just had it backwards. So, yeah, so you're right about that.
Either way I hit, I just thought I'd
Yeah.
point that out.
All right, Jal's going to use his 2 bandages also.
Where did I get that from? So you know what it was? Because it's a +1 to attack the dart. There's a +1 to attack, and your dex bonus is a +2. That's where the +3 comes from.
But I still have a bonus to hit, right?
Yeah, +3. That's the whole bonus to hit.
Oh, okay.
It's the bonus of the weapon, which is a +1, plus your dex bonus, which is a +2. So that's +3 total.
Oh, wizards don't have any pluses to attack?
Yeah, he has a +3.
No, I mean first levels.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he would have a +2. So that you're right. That should be a +5 then. God. Sorry.
It's all good.
Should be a +5.
Oh, no problem. I was just thinking, man, I misunderstood this game.
No. I'm forgetting the BTH. That's all.
This is not a good place.
So,
This is not a good place to be a lumberjack.
No. I wonder where this is where things started going bad, especially with the purple tinge stuff. So if we follow the trail.
Yeah, Finley, let's start heading down this trail.
Okay.
Everyone follow.
So,
as you will.
I'm going to switch the map on you.
Would you guys like me to be in front in case any of those needlemen start throwing stuff? I can deflect some of them.
It's not a bad idea.
So I switched the map on you.
Okay.
So you can put yourselves up at the top in the area that you can actually see.
Okay. I'm in front of them, so in case something shows up, I can kind of block the arrows. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Or the ranged.
Now, you'll notice, if you look at this at all, that this tree over on the left-hand side of the picture is quite a bit miscolored. And this area of the forest is the trees start to look a little more bare and discolored, and there seems to be a kind of odd smell in the air. And as you walk up to this clearing, you notice that there is a huge gap in the ground.
Rift Canyon.
I want to chuck rocks at those funny-looking trees just to be sure.
You can do.
Let's not get any closer before we apply some analysis to the situation.
So you see a couple of things that are odd in this area. Okay, you see of course, you see this big sort of opening here that's kind of blackish, purplish color. Okay. And you also see these odd crystals that seem to be growing out of the ground. Some of them look like they're almost growing like out of where a tree stump used to be. You see some weird purple things over here and over here. You see this bush here is a little bit miscolored. All of these logs that are here are very degraded, almost like they were completely rotted out. These stumps that are here are kind of almost melted looking and misshapen. And you hear a slight buzzing noise.
I hope we don't meet the lumberjacks changed.
Yeah.
Does
Buzzing
anybody have?
noise. Does that buzzing noise sound like insects, friend? I look at Lonan.
So Lonan can make me a wisdom check.
And it's his favorite enemy if it's insects.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What did he roll? A 1?
10.
10 total.
Yeah.
It does sound like insects, but it kind of sounds like any number of things, and since you can't see them and don't have any other clues, it's really hard to tell what it could be.
Do we recognize the smell at all?
The smell is like rotting wood and putrid water.
Yeah. I was gonna say like decay.
Oh,
Yeah.
swampy type stuff.
Yeah, it's like decay, but it's like a mixture of like plant matter decay and like moldy water, moldy
Yeah,
decrepit
stagnant
water. Yeah.
What the hell is that?
So what would you like to do?
Continue, I have no choice.
Anybody have any?
Detect magic or some ability to determine what we're facing.
Yeah, I can detect magic.
Black magic. The blackest of magic, Mr. Bird.
I'm just trying to find my...
Does it look like something's come out of the ground?
You'll have to get closer if you want to know that.
So it can see how pretty your eyes are.
Carradine, go closer.
You're very fast.
Wait, let me tie Fenley to the 10-foot pole.
There are branches around here, right?
There's what? Say that again?
There are branches around here, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's trees all around you.
All right, grab a piece of rope,
Mm-hmm.
tie it to the branch, and chuck the branch in front of us.
Okay. There's now a branch with a piece of rope attached in front of you.
Both words. Like, what do you want us? What do you want to check, guys? Do you want to throw in the water or whatnot? What do you want us to look at?
Throw it at the crevice.
Okay, I'll set the
Okay.
crevice.
You're standing back really far and throwing it into the crevice?
Yeah, I'm fishing.
Okay. It kind of goes into the crevice a little bit.
Okay, try to yank it back and see if anything tries to
I mean,
snap me at it.
you realize you're 60 feet away from that crevice, right?
It's true. Ropes are 50 feet normally, so you'll have to get closer.
I get a little closer, then I chuck it. I'm going fishing just to see if there's something in there that might clamp on it or something.
I will just... I'll put my arm out and stop Carradine and say, let's hold on a second, friend. And then I will cast Detect Magic over the area of the crevasse.
So your Detect Magic, it It does show some emanation of magic coming from these crystal structures.
Okay. Can I discern the type of magic?
You'll have to get closer because the range of the spell is 50 feet.
I thought it was 150, and then a 50-foot.
It's it's 150 foot long, 10 foot wide swath of
Oh, my bad.
detected. Can you tell what kind? Necromancy.
I will relay that to the party, that we appear to be having some necromantic issues in this area. And then I will release my hand from Carradine and say, "Go get him, Ray."
Mhm. Undead. Interesting. I guess the dead don't rest peacefully around here.
We still see no signs of human habitation or anything yet.
So, well, I mean, you're not close to anything, so right now you can't really inspect anything or get any actual.
Okay.
Right. So
Can we approach but walk between the items and not step on anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to look at in here. So if you want to look at stuff, you got to tell me what you're looking at, and I'll tell you what you see.
Okay, I'm going to walk over here and look at this purple tree.
Okay. You see a symbol, looks like it has been burnt into it. Right at the base of the tree, where it's touching the ground. It's almost like it was growing out of the ground, and almost like the root had some kind of damage or something burnt into it or something, and as it grew out, instead of healing itself as it grew, it's like the mark got even stronger. And
So it doesn't look like a natural tree at all.
well, the tree itself looks natural, but the mark, of course, is this.
Is it the same mark
Yep.
described before?
I just drew it on the map.
Finally comes up near Lonan and takes a look at this stump right here. And just like the way it was described, is he said it almost looks like it was melted.
Yeah, so that stump looks like possibly it was actually logged, like they had cut that tree. But since it was cut instead of just naturally drying out and becoming a regular old tree stump, it has kind of almost rotted very rapidly from the inside and kind of almost melted down, and it's just sort of mushy, disgusting, rotted something. But it's pretty clear that when it was cut, it probably was not rotted.
It's like this crevasse here is infected like the root system of all these areas, are all in this whole clearing.
Yeah, it could be the source of the purple fog.
This area is evil.
Well, thanks, Priest of Rao. Oh, sorry. That was my apologies. Tolvar. I meant to Christopher. All right, I'm gonna keep wandering around the side, not stepping towards a crevice, and take a look at one of these crystalline structures.
Okay. So the base of the crystal, where it looks like it's growing out of the ground, looks like it has a small piece of black stone embedded in it, with some little iridescent flecks of purpley pinkish color.
Crystal, does this look like to you that someone cast a spell here? What happened here?
I can't tell. Can I make an intelligence roll?
Sure.
All right, so 11 plus 6 plus 3, so 20 dirty.
Definitely there's been some sort of influence of something very powerful. It's not clear whether the magic is the result of the crystals or caused the crystals, or, you know, that relationship is a little bit unclear.
So moving a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then looking over here,
Mm-hmm.
does it appear that the chasm kind of formed from above, cracking it, or does it look like it was thrown up from below? Does the edge kind of look like ragged, like it was thrown up?
It looks ragged, like it was thrown up, but also you notice that around the edges there's this weird sort of greasy, sappy material.
Grossness? Yeah.
It looks almost like sap and blood mixed together.
The same stuff that Fenley found.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you send that back to the crime lab?
I'm waiting on results.
Need Sergeant Fenley to go collect some in a tube. Yeah, there's some corruption here.
Also, probably Lonan is close enough to see that crevice goes down very far.
How wide is the crevice? Is it as it's shown here?
It's wider than what the picture implies.
Okay.
Like, the picture only implies like 5 feet, but it's like 10 or 15 feet. It's wide enough to crawl down. Or up, for that matter.
Okay, everybody stop moving. Lonan, can you see if there's any foot tracks that go into it?
I was just about to ask that.
All right, I'll circle the perimeter of the crack, looking for signs of.
Because I'm wondering if the loggers went down into this thing.
So, you don't see footprints, but you do see a little piece of cloth that looks like it was maybe part of a shirt or something that has been snagged on one of the crystals.
Like somebody was dragged into the pit and his clothes got ripped?
Yeah.
There's 3 crystals and there were 3 miners.
No, there's more than 3 crystals. There's
a small
one right
fourth one.
here.
Okay, I
one
missed
here,
that one. I just
here,
saw the
one
3
here,
across the bottom.
and
Okay.
one here. There's actually 5.
Okay.
They lied. There were 4 miners.
There might have been 5. Who knows? Or not miners, loggers.
Loggers.
Does the forest become normal again south of this?
Yep.
So we're seeing the entire extent.
Seems like it, yeah.
Is there any chance this could be part of the network that would go all the way to where the entrance of the copper mine?
I mean, there's a river in between, but is it possible? Sure, anything's possible.
We're still far away from the camp, right? The logging camp.
Yeah, so right now you were still like a mile from the camp, and now you've gone quite a bit a ways into the forest to the west.
Do the trees here show any signs of axes being taken to them?
Only the ones that are already stumps.
Didn't the sheriff say that he investigated this already? Wouldn't he have?
No, he went to the camp, he talked to the guys, he never actually came out here.
I'll pick up a stone and toss it into the crack.
You hear it hit the walls as it bounces as it goes down.
Is it pretty deep?
It's pretty deep, yeah.
Okay, now I'll throw the halfling. I mean,
You hear the halfling hit the walls as it bounces down.
Is there a way to walk down into this thing? Or is it just a giant crevice?
I mean, it's hard to say. Nobody's really like.
Oh, the rangers skirted around it.
I mean, it's wide enough for you to crawl down. You don't know how deep it is.
No, I mean, is there any place that's sloped in such a way that you could walk down into?
Oh, no,
or
no.
Is it?
No.
It's just a sharp drop.
It's a sharp crevice with various different outcroppings along the way.
you want to crawl down into Therisdon's hell dimension?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to figure out if this is something that we can explore or whether it's something we should just leave the hell alone.
I'm going to get close enough to the edge.
I'm going to look at the crevice, Sam.
So Tolvar is just going to shout from where he's at. Would someone check to see if there's any scratch marks, like something was trying to claw its way out?
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look at the crevice. I'll go take a
And
look.
he's going to stay a safe distance away.
Yep, I'll take a look.
I'm moving to the kind of edge to see if I can peer over and just kind of get as close a look as possible.
So the two of you that are sort of as close as you can get and looking down, you see that there are different parts of the wall of the crevice as it goes down that look like there's a little smooth spot, and then almost burnt or etched into the side of it is this symbol.
Right. Okay. How deep is the crevice? Can we see the bottom?
You cannot see the bottom.
Because of the darkness?
It gets dark.
So I'm going to light a branch on fire and toss that in down there and see what it lights up as it goes down.
So as it goes down, it hits the wall a couple times, bounces around, goes down. It looks like it's probably about 200 feet down, maybe slightly more, maybe slightly less.
Okay.
But it's actually wide enough to crawl down the whole way.
Okay.
But there's no sign of tunnel system.
I mean, it's not this close to the surface, not from what you can see.
Rao would not have put this crevice here if we were not meant to go into it.
You know,
That is stretching some logic, but I'll agree with you that maybe we should crawl down.
real quick before we do, you said there's the black stone at the bottom of the crystals. Am I able to? Can I move the black part of the stone at all, or pull it out?
Well, it looks like
You're
it's
touching
like
the crystal?
the base of the crystal has this sort of black stone in it.
Does it look like it would? You could pull it out.
No, it's not like it's not like shoved in it, and like it's like part of the crystal.
Okay.
Like the crystal's growing out of it. It looks like.
Is it a dark crystal?
No.
All right.
Does it glow with any energy?
No. It does not glow with any energy.
Someone take a hammer and break a crystal off.
I will use my fist. My fists of monkeyness.
Are you really gonna punch the crystal?
Have I ever smashed rock before my fist? Probably not, right? Oh, no.
I mean, we could lower Fenley into the crack.
Well, we can all climb down. You want me to?
It wouldn't be his first time.
All right, you want me to go down, guys? Can one of you guys cast like a light spell on me so I can carry it down with me?
Yeah, I can. I will. I'll just touch your head, so
All
you
right.
just have a glowing head
Perfect.
and illuminate you.
There you go. I will then climb down the crevice.
Are you climbing down a rope, or what are you?
Yeah, I'll tie a rope to myself, and I'll I'll go down with the rope tied to me, and I'll ask the strong fighter to hold it as I go down.
Yep, I got you.
So rope for what? Well, we only have 50 feet of rope each, right? So we'd have to tie it all together to
Right.
get you down 200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
And I'll look for like easy paths, and I'll try to like mark it on the way down because I know the wizard's gonna be useless. So there you go.
Okay. So you pretty easily sort of rappel down,
Mhm.
trying to watch and make sure that there's nothing that, nothing sharp or nothing that's loose or something that catches you off guard. And you take your time and you get down there to the bottom. And there's sort of so the bottom of the crevice is about 5 or 6 feet off the ground. So in other words, there's a 5 or 6 foot drop from the bottom of the crevice to the ground. So there's a little there's a gap there, if you know what I mean. And then to the north, it opens up into a larger cavern.
Yep. So I'll point at the guys and tell them, come on down.
All right, I can hold the rope for everybody, then tie it off, and then I'll use my feather fall ring to come down last.
Okay. Is everybody going to crawl down?
Yeah, I have a climbability as well too, so I'll just be mindful getting down the rock wall face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming everybody's just going slow and being careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all make it down. You're now standing in a huge cavern. And the ceiling, so after you sort of you move 10 or 15 feet away from where you came down that crevice, and then it opens out into this large underground cavern. And the ceiling is 50 or 60 feet high above you. And there's actually a couple of 2 or 3 trees that are growing. And there's this sort of weird loamy soil. And then there is a huge lake that stretches out. And 300 or 400 feet across that lake, you can see that there's something there. It's either land or a building. It's hard to see because it's so far away and it's really like pitch black down here except for the monk's like glowing head. But that doesn't go the 300 or 400 feet all the way, 1,000 feet or whatever across that water. You can just see that there's this huge expanse of water, and the water is not great. Like, it's pretty clear that this is kind of a natural aquifer kind of cavern, but the water is really putrid and disgusting. It's full of algae, and it's kind of green and brackish, and it smells bad. But you can see that off in the distance, there's something there, whether it's a plateau or it's the other side of this big waterway or something over there. You just can't quite see what it is.
So there's we're gonna have to go into the water to get to it.
Yeah, there's like 400 or 500 feet of water, and you're not sure how deep the water is.
That's a long way.
All right.
This is just a natural cavern. There's nothing that looks like anything down here resembling any sort of float, any sort of boat. Any flotation device, right?
Correct.
We look at
Yeah.
crap. All right. All right. Well, if the ranger gets in there, then I'll just ride on the ranger's back. See, paddles over.
When you're walking, make sure you do little, speedboat noises.
All right, hurry up! Come on. Don't in the.
But seriously, are
You're
you
not all
gonna
day.
walk in the water?
Okay. Somebody got a pole that you can at least probe and see how deep the water is.
We've got the 10-foot pole somewhere.
Yeah, I could take my potion of endure elements and then try to walk out with the pole, I guess. That's okay.
I mean, it works. At least give us an idea.
Okay, so I'll take that potion, which works for 24 hours. And not sure if it's going to be helpful here, but just in case, and then try to go like, I guess, use it like a walking stick in front of me.
Okay. So the first 100 or so feet of water is only about 1.5 feet deep. And then it pretty constantly but slowly gets deeper as you go. And by the time you're about 400 feet into it, it's about 5 feet deep. But it's only 5 feet deep for a couple of yards, and then it starts rising up back again. And by the time you get out there, I'm assuming you took some sort of light source. By the time you get out there, you can see that just a couple 100 feet away from you, there is a plateau. And it looks like there's some vegetation and life on the other side.
Ooh, okay. Whose head was
have-
glowing? I brought his head with me, but I'll head back and
Just his head.
I'll head back and tell everybody what's the deal.
He comes back and he is covered
So-
in putrid, watery slime.
Oof.
I mean,
Well,
don't
I'll
judge.
throw Fenley onto my shoulders and
Yeah.
start making the journey.
Is there
And put
anybody
my
else?
COVID mask on.
Does anybody else need a ride?
Is everyone going to go across, is the question.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, I'll return the 10-foot
I
pole
think
to the
so.
owner. Thank you very much. Uh-oh.
Do we have two 10-foot poles by any chance?
I do not.
Stilted over there?
I was going to use it as stilts to not get wet.
So you can put your tokens along the bottom here, not where any of these trees are, and this is all bramble right here, but anywhere like where this water is, you can put your tokens on there. This is the plateau that you saw from a distance. These are some pretty mangled, old, disgusting purple trees. There's a lot of brambles here in the corner and over here. This area here is this sort of wet, soupy soil, but it is dry versus this green stuff, which is actually the water. And you could see how sort of putrid and green and full of algae and whatnot that it is.
Ooh.
And this this sort of plateau area is probably about 15 feet high.
All right.
So you
Well,
can't
let's
see what's
walk at it.
on top of it because the angle is too steep for you to actually see anything.
Let's walk out of the water onto the drier land and start to creep on over to the edge and see what we can see as we poke our heads over. Carradine, get that light over here.
You're going to have to climb one of those nasty trees to see over it. Is that what we're saying? Or
Or is it scalable, just the rise of the plateau, Sam, that I could try to climb?
You could try to climb it, sure. If you want to just climb it and look to see what's up there.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
So, you see on the top of this plateau a whole bunch more of the let me just move some of this for you here. You see a whole bunch more of these trees that are that are kind of sickly and not very. Oh, I can't move the map now. What is it doing? I think my owlbear froze up. Anyway, so the trees that you see up there are kind of sickly, and they're even worse off than what you saw with the trees up above. And it's just this plateau is just covered with mossy, nasty algae stuff and these putrid trees.
We're getting closer.
So I communicate that back down to the crew. Say, if you guys want to get up here.
Is there anywhere else to tie off a rope?
Really,
There's
only
no
one
way.
of those trees.
There's no way that Christabel's getting up this thing.
Somebody could lift him up.
Did we bring our ropes down with us, or?
No, I tied them off so it would still be there when we came back.
Why would you? Why did you? Oh, okay. Because we have no way.
Well, we only needed 4 of them to get down.
Right, so there should be 2 left among the party.
Great.
Did everyone have a rope? I guess I'm just assuming.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think it'd have been standard. So,
Yeah.
Basically, if I'm up there with 50 feet of rope, can I tie it around one of those trees, the trunk of one of those trees, and then have enough that it'll allow people to climb up the plateau wall?
Sure. I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. So I'll take the rope off my pack, walk over here, tie around to one of the trunks of the trees.
So as you get there,
Mm-hmm.
you notice that this just get rid of some of this fog of war here. You notice that this there's an old tree here in the corner that looks very angry.
Is a frown on his face?
Ooh. It looked like the
and as you're tying the rope onto that tree, it literally like turns its trunk to look at you, and you see that the face that this thing has, or the body of the trunk of this tree has a like human shaped face in it, and it kind of like starts moving almost like it's opening its mouth to say something to you, and it starts waving its arms.
I'm gonna run over here.
It's jet black. The tree is jet black.
With the rope, and throw the rope on the other side and go, there is and look down. There is an angry looking jet black tree and saw me. It's up here.
Creepy.
So I'm going to say Carradine, take the rope, and I'm just going to use my natural climbing ability to get up at the same time.
Okay. You can do that, no problem.
You okay?
Oh, this is the bottom of the crevice?
Yeah, that's 15,
never
15
mind.
foot tall.
I put myself in there. I'm not.
Oh, wait, you didn't climb down?
Did everybody else climb down?
Yeah, everybody climbed down
okay.
and went across a giant 400, 500 foot pool.
Ugh. Okay.
Yeah.
So I point at that tree looking thing, and I pointed out for the ranger, and like,
Looks like it wants to talk to us. Is that what you said?
It looked like it was moving its mouth like it was angry and yelling at you.
Ah, that's
That's
talk
different from
at
talking.
us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the question is, who's climbing up the ridge? Because we're going to roll initiative in a second. So your choice is either you're going to climb up that ridge so that you're up above while you roll, when you have initiative, or you're not.
Yeah.
Basically, it's
I
me and
wanna-
Lonan up there right now.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
want to.
climbed up without the rope so that someone could take the rope at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
How high is the ridge?
15 feet. But it's kind of slimy and algae filled and gross.
But what we're on solid?
What you're on is the lower portion is kind of spongy and very wet, much like a swamp.
Okay. Is the wizard? Does it look like the wizard will be able to get up?
He could use the rope.
Okay, I'll let the wizard
Yeah.
go then.
I'll
I'll
climb
go
up.
up last because I could probably climb pretty fast. I'll let you guys go before me, and then I'll go up.
Yeah, I mean, Carradine, you could climb up without the rope. You don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So that's what I mean.
it's not a tough climb. It's just kind of slippery. So if you're not good at that sort of thing, it would be bad. But if you are okay with it, it's probably not a problem.
Okay.
Do we see anything else besides the angry tree?
Not at the moment.
That's not ominous.
Not at all.
Famous last words.
All right, I'm having problems moving my token, but I will crawl up as well.
Okay. I will move.
I'll just drag a new one down. How about that?
Yeah.
Or you can move me. That's fine too.
I mean,
Thank you.
drag a new one because then you can move it. So. Yeah,
well,
Owlbear
that's like my
froze
second
up.
one already.
It froze up on me a minute ago and it wouldn't let me do anything. So I had to open a whole
I have
new
a feeling
window.
Owlbear does not like my highly sensitive browser settings.
Yeah. Okay, so let's roll initiative. It's a D10 unmodified. I rolled a 7.
I rolled a 7.
Jesus Christ, 2. Like it's pathetic.
It is.
It's all right. I
real
rolled a
pathetic.
1.
Oh,
Finley is a 1.
okay, so let's see. So the monk got a 2. Finley,
The monk spends more time picking his nose than paying attention to combat.
the rogue. What did the rogue get? A 1. Where'd my paper go? Here we go. Okay, so Jowl, the fighter,
A 4.
got a 4. And Lonan, the ranger,
Or
also got a 4. And then, who am I missing? Cristobal.
Cristobal, the wizard, got a 4.
A lot of 4s.
Yeah. And then Tolvar.
Got a 7.
And I rolled a 7. All right, so Tolvar gets to go first, unless you want me to go.
I'm not sure I want you to go first, Sam. I'm sorry, but
I'm just saying because you don't. If you're not sure what to do or something, I'd be happy to go first.
Shoot. I am trying to decide. You'll have to go first.
Okay. So the tree raises its branches up really high. And as it does so, some zombies rise up out of the ground.
And we can't stay.
Say that again.
No.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you already had guests. We'll be going now.
Yeah.
So 6 of those rise up out of the ground, and you see this creature, this tree. You see it Oh, I was wrong. Sorry, not 6. 9 of these. 7, 8, 9. And then you see the tree sort of it stops waving its branches around and it kind of stands still for a moment, and then you sort of see this odd green sort of wafting let me not make that so bright. This sort of odd green wafting gaseous exuding nastiness come off of there.
So the tree had Taco Bell. Got it.
You suspect it's probably something poisonous without being close and finding out. You're
Right.
pretty sure that it's probably something poisonous. And that is the tree. And just so you know, in Castles and Crusades, zombies are so slow they always go last.
These are zombies made of humans.
They
Not
are,
any
and
other.
some of them are wearing clothes that you might associate with a lumberjack.
Ooh.
Oh, crap. Well, he's a lumberjack, and he's
And-
okay.
Now Tolvar can go.
Tolvar will Tolvar will produce his holy symbol of Rao,
Mhm.
hold it in front of him,
Okay.
and say, "Undead, be gone."
All right, so I need you to make me a wisdom siege check.
And I got a. Hang on here.
That
I did
doesn't
not
sound
get a
very
good roll.
peaceful.
18.
That's not bad. That is a good roll for you, because all you need to succeed is your 12 plus their HD, which is 2. So you only need a 14 to succeed. Now,
Oh, excellent.
where you want the roll to be high is now you have to make me a... let's see. What is the turn? It turns your... Here's what it is. It turns number of undead. These are common undead, so it's a D12 plus your charisma modifier.
All right.
And your charisma modifier is a whopping +2. So roll a D12, add 2, and that's how many of these things...
9.
Okay, 9. Now, here's the thing. Also, what level are you?
7.
7. You are 5 levels above them.
So they disappear.
Are destroyed.
All right.
They just
Oh, right on.
crumble into dust.
In the wind.
And then
No one's going to believe our story about the miners. I mean, the lumberjacks.
the lumberjacks. And then it is 3 of you, Christabel, Lonan, and Jowl, all rolled a 4, so you get to decide who's going to do what. Also, the tree looks really pissed off that you have killed
Why
all
don't
of its
you
little
guys
buddies.
let me go first?
Okay.
I'm going to hit said tree with a lightning bolt.
Ooh. I like what I'm hearing so far.
All right. So lightning bolt, dexterity save for half. Hey, I bet trees are really dexterous. So I will roll my 66 for the damage.
Let me see if I can roll a dex save. That's not bad. It's a... So here's the thing, is that this thing is a pretty high hit dice. So that is a 23.
A 23 dex save?
Yep. And what's your level 7?
6.
6. So it would need an 18 plus 6. So it actually fails, even though it got a 23.
Okay,
No
cool.
shit. Huh.
Okay,
Yeah, because
so
the what he needs is he doesn't have Dex Prime, so he would need an 18 plus your level. That's what he has to beat, and he did not beat it. So
Okay, so I got 25. It says 29, but that's because I forgot to clear the 4 I'd rolled for my...
that's the damage.
Yeah, so 25 points of electricity damage.
Okay.
Awesome.
Crack!
Lightning comes down and hits it, and it flashes with the energy of the lightning coming down and just seems to get blacker and more pissed off, and it is still alive. That was Cristobal. Lonan and Jal, you both also can go, whichever one of you wants to go first.
Oh, I'm just going to hit it with the short bow.
Oh, I should
That's
also
good.
mention, go ahead and everybody give me a wisdom check.
$19 for Tolvar.
And 9 for Fenley.
11.
18.
I'm sorry. I have to add my level as well, so it's 17. I'm sorry.
We had the levels to this?
Yeah.
24.
You pretty much add your level to every roll that you make other than an
Everything.
attack roll. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Jal got 16.
Okay.
17.
I think
Asher and I are.
By
everybody,
24, I probably know everything.
I think everybody succeeded. When that lightning hit that tree, you saw that one of the branches that's sticking out of that tree doesn't actually look like a branch. It looks like a huge spear sticking into it.
Into it?
Yep.
Nasty creature.
It's like stuck right into the...
It's the stone spear.
And so Lonan can make his attack roll.
I fumbled my bow.
Whoops. Yeah, that's going to miss. And that means that Jowl can go.
I wonder if somebody needs to go take it out. Maybe this is a good treant that's got corrupted or something.
Yeah.
Thorn in the lion's paw.
Way to metagame.
What do you think a wizard does, man?
What part of it's how
He
high
doesn't
up?
live in the moment. He sits back and analyzes it and says, okay, what we probably should do here is this.
Burn around to do it.
What part of its body is it? stuck in?
It's in the trunk about 2/3 of the way up, so it's pretty high up there. If somebody wanted to go up there and grab it, you'd have to climb.
Or would somebody like to fly?
And remember, there's an aura of poisonous gas around that thing.
Right. And I'm not sure if I'm protected from that or not.
Does somebody want to fly?
I guess for now I'll just have to take a crossbow shot. Who can fly?
Who wants to fly?
Oh. I can give it a shot. If I die, I die. I mean,
I don't think you want me
Well.
flying.
I just want to fly.
I don't know if we're supposed to hammer it further in or pull it out, though. You guys think pulling it out, huh?
I'm thinking pulling it out.
Okay.
And then maybe you become the champion of the Black Spear.
Either that or I'll die at the feet of its trunk, I guess. But let's give it a whirl. All right, I'll try it.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Do we
Shows my
know that it's
toes.
poison, or are we assuming it's poison?
You're assuming.
Nauseating looking gas around it. I'm probably thinking it's painful.
Do you have any protection from poison spells?
I have a delay poison, but I've already taken my turn.
Well, I've already taken my turn. I'm pre-planning for next round.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have my Endure Elements potion, and I have an Amulet of Health, which is just a +2. So I don't know. I'm willing to give it a shot, though. I mean, it's 256, so these things have to happen.
Mm-hmm. Also, by the way, so for those of you watching the stream, because I see there's a couple people on there now, Troller Games is giving away a $10 gift certificate to their store for a digital purchase. I have the code I can give to you, so you're not going to wait on Chuck. I didn't say that out loud. And so to enter that, you have to do ! enter, and then a space and a number 1, like this. I don't know if it'll show up if I do it right there. And it will enter you into it, and then you will get a ticket. It's free. It doesn't charge you anything, obviously. And then it'll draw at the end of the night. So anyway.
So delay poison imbues one subject with immunity to poison. Any poison in the subject system or any poison the subject is exposed to does not affect the subject until the spell has expired.
Correct.
So 7 hours.
1 hour level, yeah.
Yeah.
That's huge.
So that's enough time to defeat this thing, get back to a medic.
Mm-hmm. So whoever wants to be our brave person, I think we make them fly and give them delay poison.
I mean, I'm willing to try.
Oh, you know what? Give it to me. I think I have poison resistance anyways.
Perfect.
Okay. I'll just take a cross. I think I have to go though, right? So I guess a crossbow shot then to try to weaken it a little.
Sure.
Maybe. 16 plus 8. So
That's gonna hit.
24. Okay, 1 die 6.
Basically, I have
1. Boy, I definitely weakened it for you. You're welcome.
Okay. And then it is Carradine's turn.
So, can I get up to the poisoning tree without the fly, or do I need to fly, or?
Why don't you stay here so that we can cast the spells on you? I'm sure mine's touch. I don't know about his.
Yeah, mine is touch as well.
So
if you don't mind being inappropriately touched a couple of times next round.
I will put myself between the party and the tree because it chucks stuff, and I will deflect. So I will go full dodge action. I think it's called, so I can boost my AC.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Okay. But you're gonna stay where you are?
Well, I'll move between me and the tree. The tree might throw shit at us, right? I'm worried about that. So I'm going to put myself in front so that if the tree throws stuff, I will deflect it instead of hitting.
Why don't you stay where we can touch you?
That's what I was.
Well, I mean,
gonna.
Isn't this you guys right here behind me?
I'm right behind you, yeah, but Cristobal is on the other side.
Cristobal's far away.
What I'm saying is, I can't be in a position where you could both touch me because you're on either side of the party.
Right, but Cristobal, you should be able to move half your distance and still cast.
No,
Is that
you cannot
correct?
cast and move.
Well, then,
Oh man,
either lose the fly spell or the poison resistance spell is what you're saying. All right, I'll move here. Give me the fly spell, crystal ball, and then I'll worry about it. Okay, done.
Finley.
I guess I'll shoot an arrow. And stay at distance. and horribly missed. I rolled a 4. So
Okay. Initiative. I rolled a 6.
Oh,
3.
God, 3.
I got a 1.
hey, 10.
Jal got a 10. Cleric got a 1. Ranger got a 5. Looks like Cristobal got a 3.
I'll bet you can't make more zombies.
What'd Finley get?
A 10.
A 10. Okay. All right. So the 2 10s get to go. Finley and Jowl.
You gonna do, Jowl?
I'm gonna move half and then take a crossbow shot. Is that about right
Okay.
there? Or... Is that probably good?
Yeah, I'm not worried so much about distance.
All right. 17.
That is a miss.
Okay.
Okay. I'll do the same thing, kind of close in just a little bit and shoot another arrow. I've rolled a 5. That ain't gonna happen.
Nope. Apparently, this thing can dodge really well.
Or
The tree now gets to
Freaked
go.
out.
And you're right, it cannot summon any more zombies.
Rats.
But
Just trying to taunt it to do so.
it can summon skeletons.
Oh, okay.
it could be worse. You can summon vampires.
I've seen Jason and the Argonauts. I know how it works. They come out of the ground and then they just go, run at you.
Can you guys leave one intact for evidence?
I'm picturing these methods from the Sinbad.
Yeah. Little claymation or
Yeah.
stop
This-
motion.
Stop
The way
motion,
we've been
yeah.
rolling recently, I think there's no doubt there'll be plenty of evidence left.
That sheriff needs some,
I
bones
think
on
the
his
sheriff's
desk.
in on it.
I'll attack the zombies with subdual damage then.
Okay, so
Subdue the skeleton.
it raised those, and how much can it do?
Fighter.
Oh, okay.
If when it's your turn, if the skeletons are around you, if they're normal skeletons that are one hit die, I think. Or
Yeah,
less,
dominance. I was going to ask
yeah,
about
you can do
combat
that
dominance.
multiple. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's one hit die or less, not less
So,
than one hit die.
Yeah, that's true normally, but I have a house rule, and my house
Yeah.
rule is actually in the packet, which is I
Half
think
the
that
fighters
that
do
one
that,
hit
so-
die thing is BS. I think it's too low, so I do that. It has to be half of your hit dice
Oh,
or less.
that's even better.
Yeah.
And I agree, man. It's
Yeah.
like, wow, you get to 6th level, you
Right.
can beat up things you shouldn't be fighting in the
Right,
first
exactly.
place.
It's kind of
Do they
lame.
qualify?
Yeah. These will qualify. Yes, they are hardy skeletons, but they do qualify for that combat dominance. Okay, so the treant, the black treant, the Loranican, is done with his turn. So the ranger goes. You see skeletons.
Do with your bow.
Did we lose Gary?
Gary, there.
Yeah, sorry, I was push to talk.
That's what happened to the tree
8 plus
too.
6, 4. Nope, 8 plus 8, 16.
That is a miss. This thing has, like, petrified skin. Carradine.
All right. So, but me and the
He can delay till we go, can't he?
Oh, you know what? You actually rolled a 3 too. So Cristobal and Carradine get to go at the same time.
yeah, so hit with the stuff, and then I'll do my stuff.
Okay, I hit him with fly.
Okay.
That'll last for 60 minutes, a whole hour.
So I'm gonna fly up and punch the tree.
No, you don't want to punch the tree. You want to pull the spear out.
All right, I'll pull the spear out of the tree.
I know you think you're Superman now that you can fly, but not to punch the tree, to grab the spear.
I will do that, Sam.
So
I do that?
you can fly. Hold on.
What's his fly speed? Does it say?
That's what I was going to tell him. 90 feet around.
Okay.
There you go.
So you can make it to the tree because it's about 65 or so feet away from you.
Perfect. And yank the spear out of it.
Okay, so you grab onto the spear.
Yeah.
And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Uh, I have no problem with my big 17.
Is that including your level?
Oh, 23 is my level. Sorry.
And do you have a wisdom bonus?
0.
Okay.
Have you not been paying attention? I have no wisdom.
That's why you're going to fly up and punch it.
Your bonus on my intelligence too.
You grab onto it, but you realize it's going to take you at least a little bit of wiggling to pull that spear out.
I'm good with wiggling, man. That's what I do for a living. I wiggle.
And then it is Tolvar.
All right. Well, I guess, turn undead is in order here. 27.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
This also will turn a D12 plus your charisma modifier.
And my charisma modifier, that is 6.
All right, so 6 of these go. So we will say, we'll just start dragging. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The ones closest to you went. That leaves 3. And then we roll initiative again. I rolled a 9.
Ooh.
Oh, I rolled a 4. I'm going up by 1 every turn.
4 for Fenley.
2. I'm going down 1 every turn. 4, 3, 2.
All right. So tree goes first. I need Carradine to make another wisdom saving throw.
23 again.
Okay.
Well played.
Now make me a strength check.
Okay, that actually, I have prime on that, and I get +3. So, do I have my level again on this?
Yep, always.
16, and it's a prime.
Okay. You feel that the spear is loosening, and you're probably going to be able to pull it out this turn.
Excellent.
Excuse me. But the tree kind of gasps and gulps and spews out. Oh man, my owlbear froze again. Spews out a. Let's see if I can get it to react here. Spews out a miasma of nasty, purplish, disgusting sputum.
Ha!
And
You know, the kind of women I used to date before facing it. This is nothing.
and I need a dexterity saving throw from you to see if you can dodge it while still holding on to that
Spear.
that spear.
Time, and I get +3, +2, so it's going to be 20.
Nice. We chose the right man. The
Absolutely.
S on his chest is a symbol for soul.
Oh, man.
Shoot him.
All right. So you hold on, and you do not get affected. So that's the tree. And these skeletons, which are not very fast, are going to come a little bit closer, and then that's it. Okay. Oh, now it gave me control back of that. Okay. Get rid of that. And now it is, let's see, a bunch of you rolled 6s. Jow, Lonan, and Tolvar all rolled 6s.
Well, all I'm doing is putting my crossbow away and pulling out my sword, so that'll do me.
Okay. Lonan and Tolvar.
Can I turn these? Or do I have to wait now that I've already tried it
So-
against this type?
It's
Yeah,
a different
so-
kind of undead.
Yeah, it's well, he turned the other skeletons though. So
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
right,
The,
right.
the question, because I didn't fail at turning the other skeletons.
right, but you can only attempt to turn against a particular group once per day.
Okay.
And they were part of the group, so they just weren't affected by your turn.
That's fair.
Yep.
In that case,
Although
who wants to go before me?
you could try to turn the tree.
Oh. All right. I didn't realize the tree was undead. Is that something that I would have known?
You didn't until
Until a voice from above said,
until you turned to the skeletons and you realized that what you were doing was slightly affecting the tree as well.
all right.
It's
Did somebody want to go
it's
before
harder
me, or
to turn the tree, just by the way.
yeah. That beats me throwing a rock.
You know what's going to happen? We're going to take the mask off the tree, and it's going to be the sheriff.
Yeah. So who had the other 6?
So it was Jow, Lonan, and Tolvar. All had 6s.
All right. So I mean, I can wait if somebody wants to go before me, or I can try and turn the tree.
Turn it.
All right, I'll turn it. I just didn't want to cut in front of anybody else.
I don't know. I think it's cool. Rock
Step
on.
to the front of the line, sir.
All right. So that's a 28.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, brutal.
Now the important thing is how many of them you turn.
Well, no, it's the important thing is remember that the tree's hit dice counts.
Okay.
as-
Yeah, that's my
Is that
challenge.
What it is it's the damage is the number of it. Okay, that's
No,
fair.
it's whether he turns it or not is not just a plain raw score. It's
against the tree's hit die.
he's primed, so it's 12, but then you add the hit die to the difficulty.
Okay.
And so, what did you roll? 28?
28.
That does it. You barely did it.
Doesn't destroy it though.
It does not destroy it. What it does is it's a unique undead, so it will only turn that one. But it is going to have to turn and flee.
Run away.
With Carradine still attached?
Yeah, so that's the problem, right? Is that
You have to chase them.
He's pulling it out.
Is-
He's flying.
so it'll flee on its next turn. So if Carradine doesn't pull the spear out, he'll be taking a ride with it.
Dude, this is just like that Superman versus Batman movie, complete with a spear.
Okay.
A kryptonite spear, huh?
So, Lonan, did you go?
Yeah.
Okay. That means Finley and Carradine get to go.
All right, beer. We're gonna try to get this beer first.
Do it.
All right, here it comes. D20 again.
Strength check. So a D20 plus your strength mod plus your level.
That'll be 16.
Total.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you pull that out, and I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
$16.
Yes. Hopefully that's enough.
Is wisdom prime for you?
No.
So as he pulls the spear out and starts to fly back, he fails the saving throw, and the spear reacts. And what I need from everyone, well, let me explain what you see. What you see is that he pulls the spear out, and it almost looks like it's fighting him. Like he can't control it. It got super duper heavy, and is trying to almost leave his hands. And then out of the spear blasts this huge arc of extreme cold. And I need a dexterity saving throw from everybody. Except for the monk, who is actually still holding on to it. He's basically hitting you all with a cone of cold.
I think I don't have to do that, do I?
Probably not, because you have endure elements.
Right.
Because that potion lasts for at least an hour, right?
Actually, it's
32.
24.
Is it 24? Okay, yeah.
Is that better than the spell endure elements?
Let's find out.
Oh. Ignore that because I rolled a d10.
Combined
Yes.
Wait. I got something here.
Hmm.
I have a question for you.
Yep.
My iron body gives me added resistance against effects that control me.
Mm-hmm.
Does that count?
No, because it's not trying to control you.
Well, it feels like I'm being controlled, but okay.
It's just trying to get away from you.
Oh, all right.
It's just you being Sewell. Everybody, you feel like everybody's trying to control you.
Everybody, yeah.
The Sul are persecuted everywhere we go.
Oh, you know what? Let me see. Where is the Endure Elements spell? Because it might not actually be.
I thought endure elements was, in fact, I can cast that from my staff.
Yeah, so I mean, it protects you from the extreme cold.
It actually just protects you from
extreme temperatures. Yeah.
Normal extreme temperatures, so you don't have to like wear coats and stuff. It doesn't protect you from. It's a 0 level spell. It doesn't protect you.
Oh, it's
from,
a cantrip.
Yeah, it doesn't protect you from blasts of fire and stuff like that.
I can hear them saying, "Same team, same team." You got to make a save.
No,
I'm a lawful neutral rules lawyer.
No, fine.
Okay.
I always go with whatever the GM says.
So what did everybody get for their saves, for the dex saves?
A natural.
Tolvar got a 12. Sorry, go ahead.
So you got a 12. Is that prime for you or no?
No, that's not prime for me.
So Tolvar failed.
Tolvar is a Tolvarsicle.
Carradine did not have to make the save. Jal, what did Jal get?
Well, we thought I didn't have to, but you want me to go ahead and do it?
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
All right.
Just to see.
17.
Because we're
plus
basically done
7.
here, so we'll see.
It's a prime. So 24 plus 1, 25.
Okay. Lonan, what did Lonan get?
27.
27. Holy cow. Finally, you rolled really well. Cristobal.
I got a natural 20.
Okay. And all right. So Tolvar's the only one that failed. That's kind of sad. But even though you succeeded, you still take half damage. So that's the bad part, right? So here's, let me see. Here's the problem. The problem is it does a shit ton of damage.
The soul is the only survivor. TPK, and I fly off in the sunset with my new friend.
With his new friend.
Your new spear.
Yeah. His
If
new
Tolvar
new
dies, then that
spear.
turn on dead is no longer valid, isn't that right?
No, because you destroyed them. So they're
Well, yeah,
gone.
but the tree is running away from me.
That's true.
Fly off like Elric.
That's right. A priest of Rao with a death-dealing spear.
All right. 42 damage.
Oof.
In half is 21. So those of you that succeeded take 21 damage. Tolvar takes 42.
I only have 33.
Okay, so you might die outright.
Yes, that minus 20, right? So
No, he has 33. He's at minus 9.
8. You said 42. Yeah, minus 9.
42. Tolvar is one round away from literally dying.
I don't think I've gone yet this round.
No, you haven't. Cristobal has not gone, and then we'll end up rolling initiative again, and he won't die until his place in the initiative. And we know the tree's going to run away, so if you want to do something...
Now's the time to shine.
And hopefully I can control this.
Where is he? Is this him down here? But beneath the... Hold on. Is this you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I will go down there and pull out my potion of Cure Serious Wounds.
Okay.
You can pull mine out of my pack if you want.
I
Just pour it
don't
down
think
my
I have
gullet.
time
He
for it.
can't,
I'll steal yours after you're dead, or if I save you.
I'll steal
That's
yours
fair.
after you're dead. That's perfect.
That's fine.
Well, or if
I'll be
save
dead. I
you.
won't notice.
So my point is, I'm
Yeah.
planning to use mine because I've got it at hand.
Yeah.
That's
But
fine.
I don't think I can administer it to you this round.
Right. You have to wait till next round. And now we roll initiative for the next round. So you should hope that
That I don't
that goes
continue
well.
my trend of going really low.
Right.
I rolled 9, baby.
4.
Oh!
Would you roll?
9 or 5.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Here's the thing, right? So you'll notice that what I put in the combat explanation was, technically speaking, combat rounds are simultaneous, right?
Mhm.
All of it's happening at the same time. We just roll initiative so that we have a easy way to figure out who hasn't gone yet and who has gone, and to make sure everybody gets the same number of turns. So, technically speaking, he doesn't actually die till the end of the round.
Oh, I like that answer because everybody knows that technically correct is the best kind of correct.
That's right.
Exactly. Uh, so, if is anybody going to chase the treant, the dark treant, or are you going to let it run away?
Where does it?
One will never catch up to it.
It'll run
Where
away
does it?
on its turn, because he
Where
turned.
does it appear that it could run to?
Well, this is an enormous cavern. You're just on a plateau in an enormous cavern. So it would just run away from you.
It's not like a tree can hide, right? So if we want to slaughter it later, we can do it later.
I mean, you're basically in a huge underground aquifer with a forest on a plateau.
Mm-hmm. We could find the tree later. You don't need to chase after it now if you don't want to.
Yeah, I could load up on fireballs and come back later if we wanted to.
That thing is a gigantic HD creature too, I'm thinking.
Yeah, but if you're flying, it can't touch you.
But if the thing that was corrupting it was the spear, it might recover. Might not, but it might recover.
Oh, speaking of the spear, the monk needs to roll a wisdom save.
Before I get my actions, I rolled a 9. Look at the.
I mean, we're basically out of that's why I was asking if anybody was going to chase. If nobody chases the tree, we're out of combat.
Oh, and I'm going to drink his potion after I gave him mine.
Okay. So
well,
I'll roll the 3d8 for Tolvar.
Okay, I am clearing this.
So could I do something?
Sure.
My action?
Mm-hmm.
I want to hit the spear with my stunning fist attack to teach it a lesson for disbehaving.
Your god loves you. I rolled 7, 7, 8, so you get 22 back.
Nice.
Now watch me drink yours and get 3.
You know that's going to happen.
I have no doubt.
So is Carradine going to roll an attack roll against that spear?
Yes. I'm rolling an attack roll against the spear to teach a lesson.
Don't roll a 1 and stab your hand and become
Mm-hmm.
evil Superman.
I rolled a 19, which gives me 28.
You break your hand.
What?
You just broke your hand.
Damn, stupid spear.
And now I need a wisdom saving throw from you.
He's down to 9, so I'll just roll.
Is this the same round?
We're out of combat if nobody chased the tree.
Well, I want to drink.
No,
potion.
don't drink your potion. I'm standing up now. I can.
Well, then heal me now before he blows me up, because I have like 3 hit points left.
But I could drop the stupid spear, right? I'm assuming it can't fly on its own, I don't think.
Which one?
All right, I will. I'll cast Cure Serious Wounds on you, Crystal.
Thank you.
And do you want me to roll, or do you want to roll?
Go ahead and roll. It's the fun of being a cleric. Is determining how much you help somebody.
5.
Nice. Your god loves me almost as much as he loves you.
That's right.
I rolled a 16 on my save there.
So what was the total of that?
That was 19.
Nicely done.
Okay, so I'm going to end this drawing. So if you want in, you've got about 30 seconds.
It's going to take me longer than that to log back into Twitch.
Yeah, no kidding. I've got 2 to give away, so I'm going to draw 2. So if
all right, hang on.
Seriously, if you want to log in and do it.
Please hold.
You put it in the chat, right? At the beginning?
I don't hate the tree. If it never recovers, we can fireball it if we need to. But for now, I want to see if it recovers without the spear in it.
Yeah, so if you went in on the drawing, you put exclamation point and then the word enter and then a space and a 1.
And I would like and even though, well, okay.
Exclamation space enter 1?
No.
Yeah,
Bang,
exclamation,
enter, space 1.
the word
Crystal
enter,
does
and then a
not hate
space
the
and a
tree.
1. You're entering. You're making one entry is basically what you're doing.
There's somebody who works in IT.
So if we do enter 5, do we get 5 entries?
No, because there's a maximum of 1.
Oh.
And
All these
honestly, the only
rules.
reason I'm saying to put a 1 is because I'm just afraid it won't work if you don't put a number, because it says you have to put a number. So I'm like, I don't want to tell people to not put a number and then have it not work for anybody, because that's
Buffer
frustrating
overflow.
as hell, right?
Says number, right?
All right, so is everybody in?
No, not yet. For some reason, Twitch makes me log in for some weird reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird.
There, okay, I'm in now.
All right, perfect. Okay. All right, I'm gonna close
The
it.
broken hand.
Holy cow, there's 11 viewers. Don't you people have lives?
Some of them are
In the
us.
morning, right?
Yeah. Don't you have homes?
Don't complain about the people. All right, so it's closed. Here I'm going to draw a winner. Scott.
Ah,
Oh,
God.
wow. Thank you.
Grats.
Thank
we
you.
went with a 14.29%.
That's the best roll he's had all night.
And
You're right about that.
one more.
Yeah, Les is up
Hey.
Asher.
there.
Yeah.
I think that's the best roll you've had all night, too.
No, I rolled a natural.
Oh, that's right, you got that
20 on
20.
Cold. Didn't help me. I still took half of it, but I didn't die.
All right, so let me tell you what this artifact is, because we're done, right? We're done. This is Therisden's Spear of Sorrow.
Ugh.
Uh,
Go
And-
give that to an evil Erdi general.
And
We should return that to the sheriff.
yeah, right. So, of course it has something to do with maybe why the bonewood becomes the bonewood.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so you mean Daradine creates the bonewood?
Sure. I
Why
mean,
not?
you punched the spear and it broke your hand, so you threw it down on the ground and it stuck into the ground, and then, 18 years later, it becomes the bonewood.
There you
Well,
go.
I think we need to take the spear with us.
Sounds like an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episode.
We just don't want to touch the spear, so we'll wrap it in bags and stuff.
Put gloves on.
If you touch it, you're
Yeah.
going to constantly be making wisdom saves.
No, not gonna touch it. We're gonna pick it up with, bags and stuff. Like I said, backpacks, wrap it up in rope, whatever it takes. No touching. In fact, I don't even want to see it when we get it there, and then we will not take it back to the dumb shits at this. I'm sorry, the unwise residents of this poor town, and we will instead take it back to non-secular authorities, the clerical folks that will know how to twist it to their own advantage, since we will take it to Palorites. They always seem to know how to get rid of yucky things.
You trust them to... Okay.
They're not
So-
Fultons.
That's true,
How-
but still.
How are we going to get it across the water?
That's a very
Remember,
good
we had to
question.
cross that aquifer.
in bags.
I'm flying. It's flying. I can carry it. We're
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
tied to the end of the 10-foot pole, and I'll fly it over.
Oops, it
Legend
accidentally fell out
of a
into the
lost
aquifer.
halfling in the spirit
Yeah.
sorrow.
If you throw your body onto it, then you can't be separated from it. Push it through. Don't hit any bone, though. Or organs.
Well, since my hand's broken, I'll chop it off, and I'll just put this other hand I found next to the spear. It's a little smoother hand. Let's see what that does.
I'm waiting for us to get out of here and the monk to say, "This is important. I need you to follow me and cast that fly spell on me every hour."
On the hour. As much as you can.
So there was a whole bunch that was possible for what you could have done in the forest. And it just reminds me how a con game just goes so damn fast and there's just not enough time to do every single thing. And I'm just like, holy crap, there's so much stuff that was there. But if I had thrown it all at you, we'd be playing for like 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
So
going through the same
yeah.
thing right now, Sam. I'm play testing something for GaryCon next year, and I play tested it once, and I'm already adjusting it for a second play test.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is I play tested this last weekend, and it went a little bit long, so I cut stuff out, and it's still, it's painful.
So I do 4-hour sessions with Dale and a couple of guys once a week, once every 2 weeks, and you could usually get 2 fights in that 4 hours with some talkie around it. And
Yeah.
that's about it.
Yeah.
That's all you got.
No, I know.
Living
Yeah.
Greyhawk planned for 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. No, it's just good. I like doing these games like this. So thank you, Sam.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sam. This is a good time. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, everyone. Thanks so
thank
much.
you all.
For me too.
Yeah.
And
I
with
had a
that,
good
I
time,
gotta go because I
Yep.
got an early morning game too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to take us off the stream. Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
We hope you enjoy the rest of the con. And, yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Troll Lord Games. Join the fray.